So, chapter 11, contracts. In this chapter, we're going to learn about general contract law as well as real estate contract law. So, we're going to be going over these things. You'll get probably quite a few questions on your state exam from this chapter, and questions between school and state from this chapter. Chapter 11 is one of those important chapters, like 16 and 19, and 1 through 4. Okay, let's see. Chapter 11, real estate contracts. So in this chapter, we're going to describe the essential elements of a valid contract, including the effects of the statute of frauds. We're going to identify the different types of contracts and issues that affect validity of contracts. And we're going to learn some of those terms, like what a valid contract is. We're going to explain various contracts used in the real estate business as well. So, what is a contract? It's a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. Now, in order for any contract to be valid, it has to be supported by some form of legal consideration. Consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the transaction. It could be money, it could be exchange of services, or some other product. I'll give you this in exchange for that. Okay. So, in order for any contract to be valid, there has to be something of value exchanged between the parties.
It's like a trade, right?
Yeah, that's what they call consideration. It's the pay.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But it doesn't have to be money. It could be an exchange of services. I'll do this for you if you do that for me. Or it could be bartering, I'll give you this in exchange for that. So, contract, let's highlight, may be defined as a voluntary agreement between legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act supported by legal consideration. That's your compensation.
Mhm. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Legal condition consideration. That's like a exchange of services. Okay. Okay. Compensation. Also, you write it down, right?
Yep, I also
Compensation.
wrote compensation there at the bottom. That's what consideration is. It's something of value that the parties give or receive from each other. It's the compensation for whatever it is the contract wants you to do. All
Something.
right. So there are four essential
Good.
elements to any contract for it to be valid. You have to have competent parties, offer and acceptance. Somebody needs to make an offer and somebody needs to accept it. There has to be some form of legal consideration in the exchange and the legality of the object or purpose of the contract. The contract must not be against the law or against public policy. So, whatever the contract is for example, you cannot have a legally enforceable contract to kill somebody because murder is illegal, right?
Mm.
You can't have a legally enforceable contract to sell crack cocaine because it's a controlled substance, it's an illegal drug, you know. So this in itself you need to know. You'll probably get a question on this. What are the four essential elements of a valid contract? And you need to be able to name them.
Okay.
Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consider
Consideration.
legality of the object
Legal.
or purpose.
Example, please.
Now, on the next slide, we're going to be going over each one of those and learning what each one of those actually is in a little
These
more.
are four elements, right? We can say.
Yep, the four essential elements, just like it says at the top of the slide here, four essential elements of a valid contract.
You say sensor? Four sensor
Yeah, look,
elements?
look, look at the slide. Look at the slide. Four
Oh,
essential
S.
elements of a valid contract.
Got
Okay.
it. Got it.
And
Okay.
on the next page, at the top of the page, it says it too. So on the top of the next page, write the number, well, highlight this and then write the number 4 there so you don't smudge it with your
Yeah. Yeah.
highlighter. And let's just do all these highlights and then we'll move on to the next slide, which will explain all this stuff. I have a little more of an explanation here in the next slide.
Mm-hmm. And consideration.
Yeah, because the book's definition here about married minors, uh, well, minors can't be married, not in New Jersey, not even with parental consent anymore.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So, everybody got all that highlights, all those highlights?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Raphael, you good? All right. So, competent parties, let's start off with that. You have to be at least 18 years of age. So, you got to be legally competent by being an adult. In New Jersey, if you're under 18, a contract is voidable. By who? It's only voidable by the minor because they aren't really a competent party. So it's not wise for an adult to enter into a contract with a minor because you can't enforce a contract against a minor. They're not a competent party. However, the minor can enforce a contract with an adult because the adult is. Now, for exam purposes only, as we had in our highlights on page 196, for exam purposes only, not in real life, because the laws have changed to protect minors. They're no longer allowed to get married. Previously, a minor can be married with parental consent as young as, I believe it was 16. So the law still has a statute that says that a married minor can sign contracts, even though the law does not allow them to be married anymore. Here's another case of our politicians creating new laws without correcting other laws that reference them or are associated to them. You know, they create a new law that you can't be married if you're a minor, but then they still have on the books that, married minors can be considered adults and can sign contracts. So for exams, the exams are based on what the law books say. So for as far as exams go, the when can a minor be considered an adult?
When get married, right?
When they're married. Even though in real life that's no longer the case. But it goes based on what the laws state on the books. So I got no control over that. I tried addressing it to the Real Estate Commission years ago when they changed these laws, and to PSI test makers, and they both were scratching their heads like they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. So I highly doubt that they changed anything on the exam. So in order to be a competent party, you have to be of sound mind, sane, sober adults with no mental disease or defect. No Alzheimer's, dementia, any of that. You can't enter, or being crazy. You can't enter into a contract with somebody who's not of sound mind, right? And for exam purposes and exam purposes only, a minor under the age of 18 who is married would be considered an adult, and contracts they enter into would be legally binding. And once again, for exam purposes only, not for real life, because in real life we know minors cannot be married.
They can be an adult when they get married, right?
Yep.
Okay.
See,
That we have to know.
this is all this stuff changed during President Trump's first term that he served. He actually, a lot of people don't know this, he actually went hard after child sex traffickers. This is why so many websites out there shut down their classified ad sections, because he said that even if you're not the one that's trafficking involved in this sex trafficking, you can and will be held liable as if you are the one that is doing the sex trafficking, if you're the one that's enabling them. So that includes websites that put up these sections that you could see are obvious. They offer massage services and things of that nature, but they're actually just promoting prostitution. They're enabling the route for that to occur. So it was almost overnight after he passed that law that all these websites either shut down completely or they shut down sections of them that enabled this type of stuff. Now, at that same time, you had encouragement by a lot of these groups that were out there trying to protect children. And there was one such group here in New Jersey, and they won all the way to New Jersey Superior Court, and they won. They managed to change the law that allowed minors to be married, especially with all the immigration we've been seeing. Do you know in some cultures it's okay for a 60, 70-year-old man to marry an 8-year-old?
What?
That's disgusting.
Yes.
That's child abuse. Well, we're not going to tolerate that here. Now, the law here in New Jersey never allowed marriage younger than that, but 16 with parental consent. And some cultures, you had these parents that were basically selling off their children and just saying, we're giving parental consent to marry at 16, but they were really just selling their children. Or were they even their children? Because some things changed on the border during the Biden administration. They removed the requirement for swabbing, for DNA, and we could instantly see if somebody's related to you or not. And when you do that, you're having all these people coming over and claiming these are their kids, and there's no way for actually confirming it. So that kind of took a blow at this. And but this is still the law here now. No, you cannot be married in New Jersey under the age of 18. But, if you keep track of these things are always changing. Like right now, we're just seeing them change as presidents change, because some of these things don't get signed into law. Some of them are just, we've been doing a lot of these presidential orders, which then the next guy comes in and he could just wave his magic wand and be like, be gone, we undid everything. All right. So, what is a competent party? Sane, sober adults. Children cannot be considered adults, but for exam purposes, when can they be considered adults and contracts be legally binding against them? When they're married. Okay? And then offer and acceptance. Somebody has to make an offer to you and somebody needs to accept it. This is also known as mutual assent. It's when the parties are in agreement to all the terms of the contract. It's said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. Yeah, we're in agreement on everything. We're right here. We're on the same wavelength. You know what I'm saying? So that's the meeting of the minds. So the parties are aware of and in agreement of all the terms which must be clearly stated and understood by the parties. How could you be in a legally binding contract with someone if you don't understand what the contract's about? Now, for school exam, the definition of the meeting of the minds is a little bit different. The school exam focuses a little bit more on the financing aspect of it, instead of the broader definition when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. It's when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. That's the definition you need to know for the school exam question. Hint, hint. Throw a little hint out there. Hint, hint. All right. So consideration. This is what the parties give or receive from each other in the exchange. It's the entire purchase price. And there are 3 legal forms of consideration. We have legal tender. That's money or a mortgage loan. Note, in New Jersey, deeds cannot be recorded in the public record unless the full purchase price amount is listed in the public records. But yet, research the public records. We were looking at the tax records the other day, right? We were doing those tax
Yeah.
calculations, and we saw some properties
So
there listed at
$1, yeah.
$1, right? So those were not sales. So there was either just a correction where somebody's name was added or removed from the deed or from the financing, or there was a transfer of ownership without any exchange because it was a gift, or it was refinancing. Because if it's refinancing, it's not a loan to buy. So $1, they could put $1 down there. And that's usually the case. When you see $1, it's either a gift, there's a correction, or it's refinancing. That's the only reason. Otherwise, New Jersey law requires the sale price to be listed there. Sorry, somebody was trying to ask something.
Means in that form might be you have to put something, otherwise it's not gonna go. It's not.
But the law says it has to be the sales price. It cannot be.
Okay.
It cannot be $1. You can't just put down $1. The law requires you to put down the actual sale price in the public records there. The only exception is if there's a correction being made, if there's a refinancing, or what was the other?
Gift.
Or if it was a gift.
Yeah.
Which then needs to be accompanied by an affidavit swearing that it is a gift. And then you could put down $1 because they can't put 0. It has to have something there. So they put $1. Now, so these three legal forms of consideration are legal tender. Exchange is something of value. Those are goods or services. I'll give you my cell phone in exchange for something else. I'll give you my Lamborghini in exchange for your house. So things of that nature, exchange of goods or services like bartering. And love and affection. Yes, courts have determined that love and affection is something of value. So the example of this, they're not talking about prostitution. They're talking about a gift to a relative, for example. You have love and affection for each other. Like you give the house to your child. You have love and affection for each other. So then that needs to be accompanied by an affidavit swearing that it is a gift. So you cannot just record $1 as the sales price in the public records. It should be accompanied by a letter that explains that it is, in fact, a gift.
A gift, right?
And then legality of the object or purpose of the contract must be legal. It may not involve illegal purpose or substance of the object. Whatever you're selling or doing must be legal. It may not be against the law, public policy, in order to be enforceable contract. And sorry. Okay, so I forgot to put the recording back on when I added this, and we went through a little bit of a lesson here, so we're just going to try to do a quick recap. Here's just an example of the 4 essential elements of the valid contract. The one part that says the contract must not be against the law or against public, what are the exact words? Must not be against public policy or against the law. So you cannot have a legally enforceable contract for selling something that's against the law, whether it's a product or service. And I use this example from an old episode of Cops, where this lady flags down a cop because she wants to get her money back after she tries to do a purchase. No, once again, we got the commercial here. All right, let's.
I'm covered for home and auto.
More savings.
Skip that.
See you.
And let me optimize this again. Here we go.
What's going on?
Well, the lady owes me $20. I gave her a $20 and she didn't give me nothing.
Why does she owe you $20?
$20 bill. I gave her a $20 bill.
For what?
For anything. I don't care. Whatever it's for, but she can give me my money back if she ain't gonna do nothing with it.
Okay, were you planning to buy some drugs or something?
Yes, I was.
What kind of drugs were you wanting to buy? Rock.
Yes, I was.
You gave her $20 to buy.
I gave her $20. She gave me some plaster.
And now you want your $20 back
Yes, I do.
because she didn't supply you with crack cocaine.
Well, if she shouldn't give me nothing, no plaster or nothing, she should have said no.
What's going on?
She come around here a while ago. There used to be some people live right over there that used to sell.
Yeah.
We were sitting out here on the porch in some chairs. So she said, y'all have anything to buy? I said, no, baby, we don't have nothing to sell. So she left one around the corner. Then she come back 10 minutes later, holler, give me my money back up. No, you ain't bought nothing from here. Don't disrespect my child. This is my child. I don't sell crack. I'm a prostitute.
I never get that line.
I laugh at that every time I hear that. That is so ridiculous. Don't disrespect my child. We don't sell drugs. I'm a prostitute. All right, so the competent parties or the legality of the object or purpose. Okay, it can't be against the law or illegal substance. Okay, and then we had the parole evidence rule has right there in the word evidence that anybody who has a contract in writing has evidence versus somebody who's got a verbal agreement. A judge will always toss out of court the verbal agreement in favor of the one who has it in writing, as it says right here on this slide. Okay, so valid contracts can be oral or verbal for various things, but for real estate, sales they always need to be in writing. For leases, they could be in writing. They could be verbal if they're less than 3 years. 3 years or more, the lease must be in writing. Or for real estate agents involved, any contracts we prepare must always be in writing. So that parole evidence rule once again states that those who have contracts in writing, the courts will favor them over those who have verbal agreements. An amendment and addenda, these terms, amendment has the word mend in it. That means to fix something. So you're modifying it or making changes to it to fix it. So, and the word addenda has the word add in it. You're adding something to the contract. You could add an entire page to a contract as long as both parties didn't sign the contract already. Then we would be practicing law without a license. We cannot make changes or additions to a contract after both parties have signed the contract. That would be practicing law without a license. But if only one person signed the contract, we could still make changes and additions to it as long as we go back and make sure that everybody signs and initials next to each and every change that was made. Otherwise, if we make modifications to a contract and we don't get those signatures or initials next to each change, we voided the contract. Okay, so that's all amendment and addendum is. Amendment, you're making changes to a contract, modifying it. Addenda, you're adding something to a contract. And this was where we were highlighting this. And then you can make your own version of the notes over here. This is what it says on the side. You could shorten this down a bit, or you already have it right here. The change must be dated and signed by all the parties. But just remember that we can't make changes to a contract or modifications if it's been already signed by both parties, only if one of them had signed. And the rec rule, for us to be entitled to a commission, we have to have some sort of an agreement in writing that the person we're working with actually hired us. You can't just try to sell somebody's property, put it on the market for sale, and then say, now you owe us money because we found a buyer. Did they agree to that? They had to agree to that. So they'll agree to that with a brokerage service agreement, a listing agreement, exclusive buyer agency agreement, designated agency agreement, transaction broker agreement, or a referral agreement. Okay, it needs to be signed by the consumer. And anytime we sign a contract or disclosure with the consumer, we got to give them a duplicate original. That's multiple originals. They're copies with original signatures. So they're multiple originals, aka duplicate originals. And this applies to sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker's working for, whether it's a seller, buyer, landlord, or tenant. You always got to give that duplicate original. All right. Statute of frauds always deals with something being in writing and have to be in writing. So sales contracts for real estate, whether a real estate agent's involved or not, must always be in writing. Leases need to be in writing if a real estate agent is involved. Any contract with real estate agents involved must be in writing. But if there is no real estate agent involved, it's just between the consumer, the landlord, and the tenant. Leases can be verbal agreements if they're less than 3 years. But if they're 3 or more, they have to be in writing. If there are two or more, they can be recorded in the public record to record those long-term interests in someone else's real estate. It's always risky to rely on verbal contracts or leases. How would you prove all the terms that the parties agreed to in the lease? So that's pretty risky to do. And anyway, we follow real estate licensing law as well as the administrative code. And both say that anytime real estate agents are involved, we have to have these contracts in writing. We must never have verbal contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we highlighted this, which says the same thing. And we just added there, leases longer than 2 years can be recorded. And I believe we're caught up now. So sorry about not hitting that record button and missing all that and having to do the recap. But we got the recap. Okay, so now we're going to go over, this is new, so everybody come back that stepped away. Contracts, they could be express or implied, unilateral or bilateral, executory or executed, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. So now we're going to go over all these terms and find out what the heck they mean. So let's first do the highlights of them all.
Wait, can you go back to that slide real quick?
This one?
Yeah. This is the way I put my notes together.
Back it up.
Okay.
You know, those notes are already put together like that in that ClassLinks Word document.
Yeah, but it's just my technique, what I'm doing.
That's fine. Okay. So now highlight these things. This is all that same stuff. Express, implied, bilateral, unilateral.
Executory or executive.
I underlined this term here, this phrase here, but I also wrote this phrase down here because it's not in the book. It used to be. To be able the litmus test to determine if something is a bilateral contract or if it's a unilateral contract. If you could apply those statements, those phrases to the situation, then that will determine whether it's unilateral or bilateral. But by the way, do the highlights, do the underlines, write that note down there at the bottom, and let me know when you got it so I could switch slides and then we could actually go over it and I'll explain it on the next slide. Using my own definitions and explanations.
Mm-hmm.
Contract. By contract.
Second.
Bilateral contract. I will do a unilateral contract. Okay. Got it.
Okay, good. Good to go. Oh, the last line I need to write here. I will do this if you will do this. Okay. Oh, it's right there. Oh, again. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yes.
So contracts can be express or implied. What does that mean? Well, how do we express ourselves? We express ourselves in words. Mm-hmm. So we lay out all the terms expressing them in words, leaving nothing to interpretation. So those words are usually in writing. An implied contract is one that's expressed by one's actions rather than their words. So it's a contract that's demonstrated by the acts and conduct of an individual rather than their words. Therefore, it may leave some things to interpretation and cause confusion. This is why we really should have contracts in writing all the time. Mm-hmm. So here's some examples of an implied contract. Your lease expires and the landlord accepts the next rent check from you, even though you did not sign a new contract. By the landlord accepting the payment from the tenant who has not signed a new contract, it creates an implied contract that they're okay with you remaining as a month-to-month tenant now.
Okay.
They can't accept the payment and be like, you got to go because you didn't sign a new lease. Well, then why'd you accept the payment?
Mm-hmm.
So the actions of accepting that payment is what created the contract. And here's another example pertaining to foreclosures. If a bank accepts a payment from an owner after the foreclosure process begins, this could be interpreted by the courts that there's some sort of an agreement between the lender and the owner for an alternate form of payment for the outstanding balance for that owner to get caught up on their payments. This is why when you're late in your mortgage payments, your lender is going to be calling you, reminding you that you missed the payment. Can you make the payment today over the phone? Can you make the payment in full? Can you make a partial payment? And you'll be getting those calls until it's paid. But at some point, if you don't make the payment, those calls will stop. And even if you were to call the lender, they will not accept any form of payment from you unless it's for all the money that is outstanding. Okay, including any late fees and legal fees. Because if they were to accept the payment, it could create an implied contract in the eyes of the court that if that owner says, well, we were talking on the phone and they said that I could pay a little extra here and there until I get caught up. And so if the owner actually showed up to their foreclosure hearings, usually they don't, and they said something like that, and they could prove that the lender accepted a payment from them after that foreclosure process started, the judge will be like, oh, wait a minute, that's interesting. They accepted a payment from you after the foreclosure started? Is this true, lender? And if they could prove that they accepted a payment, the judge is going to kick the foreclosure out of court.
Yep.
Because it creates an implied contract. This is why the lender will never accept a payment unless it's for the full amount.
Oh, wow.
That's why it happens, because they don't want to create that implied contract that could screw up the foreclosure. So the payment would serve as the borrower's evidence that claim that they had some sort of an agreement in place until they get caught up.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm watching this series on Netflix, and it's called Sullivan's Crossing. And he owned this campground, and he wasn't paying his property tax, some type of tax. It went into foreclosure. So this company that's wealthy, he owned a golf course, he wanted to buy the property. So it went into foreclosure. They're at the auction, and they're auctioning off who's going to make the highest bid on this on the campground. So, I didn't understand this, but I guess it can work like that. So they lost the bidding. The fortunate company, the wealthy company, made up to like $2 million, but they had to go to the bank and get the rest of the money before the closing. And I guess they have a certain amount of time they have to present the money.
Okay. This is TV.
Oh, okay.
Let's just start. This is television. The whole premise of that is false. Because if you're getting foreclosed on and there's an auction to sell that property that was foreclosed on you, you cannot be a bidder at that auction, nor can any of your relatives.
Oh, okay.
They don't want you to benefit from the foreclosure. For instance, you owed $3 million on this property. It goes to auction. It sells for $1 million. And you go and you bid at that auction. Now you only get it for $1 million and you benefit from it.
Okay, so yep.
So the bank would get screwed over twice by you. So yeah, you're not allowed to bid at foreclosure auctions, even if it's a tax auction. Remember we were looking at the tax auctions the other day? Tax auctions too. You can't go bid on your own property at a tax auction. Neither can any of your relatives, because they're going to think that they're going to get it and then give it back to you.
Okay.
So you actually have to sign even legal paperwork there when you're getting those certificates or winning at an auction that there's no relation there.
Okay. So that was totally false.
Yeah, that the whole concept was totally false because of that, right? Like I knew where you were going with that, and I was like, yeah,
Or you can't do that.
yeah, you can't do that in real life. That's TV.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So express contracts and implied contracts needs to know for exam. Express contracts, you express yourself in words. Those are written contracts. Implied contracts are those that are expressed by your actions rather than your words. So therefore, it could leave a lot to interpretation. If a landlord just simply accepts your next rent check for the next month, that it creates that implied contract that you'll now be a month-to-month tenant. But what about all the other terms in your lease contract? Are those still the same?
Nope.
I don't know. I don't know, because it wasn't expressly stated. It's leaves a lot to interpretation, don't it?
Yeah.
Now, unilateral and bilateral. A uni means one, right? So bi means two. A unilateral contract is a contract between two parties, but only one is required to do something. But only if the other acts, because they have an option. So option contracts are unilateral contracts, because one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. For instance, a lease with an option to buy. You have an option to buy. Do you have to buy? No. But if you do exercise your option to buy, the owner is still required to sell it to you at the pre-agreed upon purchase price by a pre-agreed upon deadline. So you have to exercise that option by a certain deadline. All right. So option agreements, these types of option contracts, they need to be prepared by attorneys. We cannot prepare option contracts because they get kind of complicated legally. The option itself is a contract all onto its own. What for any contract to be valid, there has to be some sort of consideration, right? What is the consideration that was given for the option itself to buy? Right? You're leasing, that's one contract. The option to buy is another. What was given by the parties in exchange? Were you going to pay extra rent until you decided whether you're going to exercise your option to buy or not? And if you decide not to, do you get that money back? If you decide to purchase, does that get credited towards the purchase price? See, it gets kind of complicated. And do you know the laws on it, on how it can and how it can't be set up? That's why an attorney needs to set these up. It starts getting really complicated. Okay. So real estate licensees are not allowed to prepare option contracts. And unilateral contracts are ones that where one party is obligated to do something, but only if the other party acts, because they have an option and they're not required to. But if they do exercise their option, then the other party has to act. But I simplified that party explanation with my explanation written here. A contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts, but they're not required to. They have an option. Okay, if we were to look at the definition in the book for, where's the option? Oh, it's not here yet. I think it's on one of the coming pages. I don't even have a screenshot here for it. Let me see. Option contracts. Oh yeah, I do. It's under unilateral. Sorry.
Yeah.
So look at their definition here in the book. Unilateral contract, on the other hand, is a one-sided agreement whereby one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. Were you guys following the bouncing ball there to track that? Party, 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 party.
Right.
That's all I heard, so that explanation is kind of, I mean, it's accurate, but it could get your head spinning if you're not following what they're saying. So this is why I said, I shortened the definition and was clearer to the point. a contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. Boom. That's it. It says the same thing as a one-sided agreement where one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise.
Party, party,
Party,
party.
party, party. You got to follow the Benson book on that one, right? They're saying the same thing, but they
Party,
use that
party,
word
party.
party a lot, and it's got my head spinning. You know, so I'm actually going to write that down here to maybe simplify this in the next version of the book with my explanation. What is this? Page 197.
Party, party, party.
Page 197. Unilateral.
A contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. But they are not required to do. They have an option.
I mean, it's accurate what they're saying, but it's
It's a long version of what they're saying.
it's kind of wordy. Yeah, it gets your head spinning. You know, if you're like, wait, what? And you got to read it 3 times.
So this unilateral is still valid, right? Of course.
If the other party exercises their option,
Right.
right? They're not required to buy. So look, once again, let's look at my definition. A contract, a unilateral contract, it's a one-sided agreement or promise. Okay, only one party is required to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's a contract where one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. But they're not required to. They have an option. So a contract where one party has an obligation to perform and the other has an option. Option agreements must be prepared by attorneys. So the example that I give here is a lease with an option to buy. Okay, a lease with an option to buy. If this statement applies, it's a unilateral contract. I'm going to do this if you will do that. So I'm going to sell you my property for X amount of money that we agreed on if
You pay this.
you decide that you want to buy it.
Yeah.
In a bilateral contract, both parties have to do something. I'm going to sell you my property for X amount of money and you're going to buy it. You don't have an option to, you're agreeing to. So we both are obligated to do something here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's a unilateral contract and a bilateral contract. I'll give you another example of a unilateral contract. The police put out a reward for anybody who aids in the capture of a criminal. If anybody aids in the capture of the criminal, they'll pay the reward. Are you required to help the police aid in the capture of the criminal?
You have an option.
No, you have an option. But if you do, and it ends up in the capture of the criminal, they're obligated to pay you the reward. All right? So that's another example of a unilateral contract. It's a one-sided agreement. Only one party is required to do something, but only if the other party acts. If you help them, if you decide you want to help aid in the capture of the criminal, then they still have to pay you. But they can't require you to aid in the capture of the criminal. Okay?
I have a question.
Yep.
Now, I'm leasing a townhouse.
Mhm.
Can I go to my landlord and say, is this an option to buy?
Well, yeah, you could ask him, are you interested in selling?
Okay.
If you're interested in selling, then I'm not ready yet to buy, so I'd like to continue leasing, but have an option to buy. So let's agree upon a sales price.
Okay. And whatever sales price we agree upon, even if it's 2 years from now, it still has to be that same sales price?
Well, whatever timeline, because there's another component to that. You have to put in there a deadline. When do you have to exercise that option by? Or are they going to give you a 5-year lease and say 5 years from now you can still buy it at the same price?
Okay.
The terminology, I'm leasing means it's renting, right? Is the same thing.
Leasing and renting is the same thing, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so Contracts can be executed or executory. This is referring to the status of the contract more than the type of a contract. An executed contract is a contract that's been signed. That's what executed means. Have you executed the contract yet? What am I asking?
Have
you
I signed the contract?
Yes, correct. Now, fully executed could have two meanings to it. Bless you. A fully executed contract can have two meanings to it. It could mean that it was signed by everybody involved. Has the contract been fully executed? Has it been signed by everybody?
Yeah.
Or it could be referring to the status of the contract. Have all the terms of the contract been carried out and there's nothing left to be performed, nothing left to do? Then the contract has been fully executed.
Oh, okay.
With all of the terms carried out. It depends on how you use the term fully
how you
executed
use
in a sentence. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the term executory, it has tory there, which means still in progress. So a contract that is executory means that it's still in progress. There's still things to be done. All of the terms have not been fulfilled and carried out. So here, let me use all these terms in a sentence. All right, my client executed the contract. Has your client executed it yet? Okay, so now we have a fully executed contract. At this point, we're just talking about signatures.
Mm-hmm.
So what status, once the other contract, okay, the contract's been fully executed by everybody. So what's the status of the contract at this point when it's simply been signed by everybody? It's an executory status. We still now have to carry out all the terms within the contract. At this point, we just signed the contract. Now we got to do everything the contract requires us to do.
Okay.
So the contract's in executory status. And once you've fulfilled all the terms of the contract and did everything the contract required you to do, it's been fully executed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Good way to break it down. I like that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So after both parties sign, then we can say it's executory, right?
It's fully executed and it's in executory status.
Mm-hmm.
I've never in my life ever heard anybody ever use this term. This is probably like something that attorneys learn in law school, just the terminology they need to use, and maybe they use it amongst each other to impress each other. You know, I don't know. I've never heard attorneys, I never heard anybody use the term executory in my life. Okay.
Yeah,
executed, fully executed, hear it all the time.
So why we say still in process if you signed and it's finalized? Well,
it's not finalized. Once it's signed by everybody, you haven't done anything the contract required you to do yet. All you did was sign it.
Okay.
You need to carry out all the terms that you agreed on. Why were you signing a contract? It's an agreement between two parties. And what was that agreement about? Well, that's within the pages of the contract. Have you done anything that the contract required you to do yet? No, you just signed it.
No, yeah. Okay.
Agreeing to do whatever is in the contract. So the status of the contract at that point is executory. It's in progress.
It's still in process, right?
Yep. There are things that still need to be done. All right. So executed and executory. Here we got it on page 197 and 198. Nothing really to sign there. It's more about the or highlight. It's more about the status of a contract. However, the term we need to understand and know for exams is executed pertaining to signatures, it being signed. So an executed contract can be a signed contract. A fully executed is one that's signed by all parties. So we'll highlight that on page 198.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody good?
The second line, yeah.
By the way, let me throw out a poll. I haven't thrown one out yet, so let me throw one out there now.
Touching around with it.
State subcontract. All good.
All right.
Yes.
So now we're going to learn about the terms valid, void, voidable, and unenforceable. You probably heard all of these terms before in your life at some point in time. Let's just do these highlights that I have highlighted here, and then we'll move on to the next slide, which I'll give an explanation for each of them.
Oh,
Everybody good?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
Yep.
Lamar, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
So here is my definition. I got all 4 of those with definitions of them on this slide. Validity of contracts pertains once again to the legal status of a contract. So a valid contract is one that has all the 4 essential elements. Can anybody tell me what those 4 essential elements are without turning back in your book?
Yeah, consideration.
Well, let's start off with the beginning.
It start
Let's-
from C.
Let's talk about the people involved in the contract. Tell me something about them.
The people.
Yeah,
It
4
starts
elements.
with a C. It starts with
Yeah.
a C.
Com-
What?
Competent. What is the word?
Spit it out. Somebody tap on the back. Spit it out. You got
Competent.
competent parties.
Content.
Okay, so competent parties. That's one of the
Competent
essential
parties.
elements. What's the next one?
Offering
Offering
an asset.
Somebody needs to make an offer and somebody needs to accept it. What else?
Consideration
There has
Yep.
to be some legal form of consideration and
and legality of objects.
the legality of the object or purpose of the contract. Those are the 4 essential elements. So if the contract has all those 4 essential elements, it's valid.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So it's legally enforceable in a court of law.
All 4. Got it.
Now, a voidable contract. What is a voidable contract? It's a contract that can be disaffirmed by one of the parties. It could be missing one of the essential elements, like a contract with a minor. One party is under the influence of drugs or alcohol at the time they
Wow.
sign the contract. One party's not of sound mind, mental disease or defect, or under the influence of drugs or alcohol. So you're not under sound mind. You know, if you have Alzheimer's, dementia, or if you're just insane, you're not of sound mind. You can't enter into a legally binding contract with somebody whose cheese is sliding off their cracker.
undue influence.
Influence. They're taken advantage of, or by duress. That's force or intimidation.
Last 2 is means never heard it. Undue influence.
Undue influence means you're taking advantage of them. Maybe because they're in a hospital, they're very sick, they feel like they're dying, but yet, you know, you take advantage of them in this sickened state, and they're willing to give up the property because they feel so sick, they feel like they're going to die anyway. You took advantage of them.
Oh, I see.
That's undue influence.
And
They could, you know, and now they recovered and they're like, I don't want to sell my property. What's going on here? You know,
Oh,
because you took advantage of them in their sickened state, right? So be careful don't go to hospitals to get anybody signing contracts or anything like that. I'd say avoid those situations altogether. That's kind of shady to begin with. Undue influence, you're taking advantage of them for some way, shape, or form. Duress is using pressure, using force or intimidation.
Okay.
All right, so neither party can sue to force performance. However, if they both want to remain in the contract, it would be valid between the parties. That's what an unenforceable contract is. One where neither party can sue to force performance. Avoidable contract is where one party may be missing one of the essential elements. Unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. And then, however, if they made the contract later, it would be valid between the parties. An example of this is you got two buddies, all right? They've been drinking all day. They're drunk as skunks, okay? And one is like, yeah, I'm gonna sell my house. I get the hell out of Jersey. And the other guy's like, you know, you got a pretty nice house. I'll buy your house from you. You know, but conversation, and they're like, how you didn't sell it for me? I'll pay it for that. You know, you're both shit faced. You're both drunk. You're not competent parties. That contract is not enforceable in a court of law. However, if they both sober, and the seller still wants to sell and that buyer still wants to buy, they can remain in that contract with each other and carry out its terms. However, if either one of them breaches the terms, it's unenforceable because both parties were drunk when they signed. Neither one was competent when they signed. So this type of contract is known as being valid between the parties. If they sober up and they still want to be in contract, well, it'll be valid between the parties. They could still follow through with it if they wish. But neither one of them can sue to force performance because they were both out of their minds when they signed it. Okay? You're better off just when they sober up, signing a new contract. You know, writing a contract up and signing a new contract when they're both sober. So be careful if you ever go to somebody's house, you know, you're going to go get that listing or have them sign a contract on a listing that you have. And they tell you to come over to their house to sign and they got a barbecue going on and they got their drink on, you know, tell them, you know what, enjoy your day. I don't want to intrude on you. I didn't know you had a whole barbecue going on. Enjoy your day, do your thing. We could meet up tomorrow and I could sign the contracts then. Okay. You know, and if they press the issue, well, you're already here, might as well sign it. Say, no, you know what? I
forgot some part of this contract.
I'll come back tomorrow and have the contract signed. I don't want to intrude on your party and have you signing the contract now. Plus, if you've been drinking at all, I can't have you signing contracts because then it's not really legally enforceable. You know, so it's best if I just come back another time and sign.
So can you tell party like you drinking all day, we don't want to do it today? Can you
I
say
wouldn't
like that?
exactly put it like that because I don't know how long they've been drinking. I would just say, well, in case, you know, it looks like you got a party going on, and in case you've been drinking at all, I can't have you legally sign contracts.
Right.
So, so we're better off just doing this tomorrow. Sorry if that creates an inconvenience, but it's just the way it needs to be done. Okay. You don't need to make a big deal about it. You know, about things all in a matter-of-fact way, you know, and then it shouldn't be an issue. Now, void contract, it's kind of a contradictory term because a void contract isn't a contract at all because it's missing one of the essential elements for one reason or another. So it's illegal in the first place, right? So, but how can a contract become void? Well, it's either missing one of the four essential elements. So at the beginning, it's not valid to begin with, so it's void. But a void contract is one that may have been disaffirmed by one of the parties, like with a void double contract. Like you have a contract between two parties and then one of them voids it for whatever reason. Well, that's a voidable contract, and then it can become void. Okay. Which is not enforceable.
So not meeting 4 elements. One of the thing is
Yeah, so it's a contradictory term because a void contract is not a contract at all. It cannot be enforced by either party because it's already been canceled, or it's illegal to begin with because it was missing one of the four elements.
Yeah.
But it could be a contract that was valid, but then they just voided it. Okay. So, undue influence means you're being taken advantage of. So you got to use extreme caution when dealing with elderly people or those who may be under the influence of drugs of alcohol. Be aware of any possible mental disease or defect like Alzheimer's or dementia, insanity. Somebody's got some extreme bipolar situations going on. You know, it's hard to tell what's going on in somebody's head. I've dealt with people who had Alzheimer's and dementia before. You don't know if they're of sound mind or not, right? You could be having a great conversation with them, and they seem like they're sharp as a tack. It's just that elderly people sometimes hunt for their words, or they're a little slower when talking, right? Doesn't mean that they're not of sound mind. So be respectful of them still, but you need to be attuned to looking for certain actions and reactions, the body language and things that they say. Putting dates on contracts next to their signatures. Keep an eye on that one. They could be sharp as a tack, but they think they're in 1930. Something ain't right. Okay. I've dealt with elderly people like that too. They were sharp as a tack, like business mind, business sense was all there. The only thing is they didn't know what year it was. You ever see that? Alzheimer's and people with dementia, they don't even remember their kids' names.
Yeah.
They don't even remember if they have kids because they think that they're younger. They're not thinking in that stage of their life yet. Their mind is not caught up there yet. It's in a different era, in a different compartment in their mind with a different thought. So be careful. If you get a listing, let me give you an example of another instance I had. I met with an older lady. She was sharp as a tack. She was interviewing with a lot of real estate agents. I seen paperwork from different real estate companies. And she decided she wanted to list with me. So I signed all the paperwork with her and got the listing, and I put it in the MLS. A couple days later, I get a call from some lady claiming to be her daughter, saying that, I went to my mom's house, and she had all this paperwork from real estate agents, and she said she listed her property for sale with you. My mom's not selling her property. She's got Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever the hell it was, and she's like, I'm her legal guardian. She's not selling the property. So what do I got to do at this point?
You got to void the contract.
Well, at this point, I don't know who the hell this lady is who called up. She told me that she's the daughter. Maybe she's another real estate agent who's trying to cancel the contract. So I have no idea who this person is. Maybe she actually is the daughter, but the daughter doesn't necessarily have is a legal guardian. Maybe she just don't want her mom selling the house because she wants to inherit it, and she knows she don't have that much longer to go. So at this point, I got to still represent my client's interest and still continue trying to sell the property until that daughter comes to my office with legal documentation showing that she's her parents' legal guardian, and then I could get her to sign the release for the listing to cancel the listing. We can't just go into the MLS and cancel a listing unless we have forms signed that show that there's been a change or a cancellation to the contract.
Got it.
Right. So keep in mind that. But she ended up being the legal guardian of her mom, and her mom did have some sort of dementia. So she actually did come in, and with the paperwork, I made a copy of it, put it in my records, and I canceled the contract and removed it from the MLS. Nothing you could do about that. She seems like she was sharp, but apparently cheese was sliding off her cracker. All right.
The question regarding that Alzheimer's and the dementia, what if to prove that you have to have a doctor's note or something, or somebody could just be forgetful?
Well, hold on a second. Even if you prove the person has Alzheimer's or dementia, that doesn't mean someone else has the legal rights to make decisions on their behalf.
Okay.
Okay. It just means that we shouldn't be signing contracts with them, because how are you going to enforce a contract against somebody who's not legally competent? Okay. So nobody needs to prove to you they have Alzheimer's or dementia. What they need to prove is that they're court-appointed legal guardian of their parent.
Now, what if they're not
Then they have no control over it, and I need to keep representing my client's interest who's trying to sell her property.
Okay.
So after this first experience, the next time I had an experience, well, from that point on, every time I meet with elderly people, I'm respectful of my elders. But when I meet with elderly people, I try to pay a little bit more attention to their mental clarity, and their actions. Sometimes I get a little spooked by it because, I had an instance where I had this older guy. This was in Colonia, I remember. It was an older guy. He was a nice guy. He was actually kind of funny, he was a funny guy, the way he talked, these, told jokes and cracked jokes and stuff. He was a real funny guy, real nice character, So I'm meeting with him to list his property for sale. It's a beautiful property. So I remember my instance with that last lady. So, and this guy was he was different than that last lady, because that last lady seemed like she was sharp as a tack when I met with her. This guy, he was kind of hunting for his words and seemed very forgetful. So I was like, so is there anyone else we need to be signing contracts with today, or is it just you? I'll throw out a statement like that to see if I could joggle something in their minds, that maybe they remember, oh yeah, my kid is my legal guardian and needs to sign contracts with me. And in this case, it actually worked. The guy's like, oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, my son, I got to get him on the phone. He's just right around the corner, though. He'll be here in a minute, okay? And then he's like dialing his son on the phone. And he's like, you know how it is. He's like, when they're younger, you take care of them, and when you get older, then they take care of you. And I was like, yeah, I get it. I understand. And his son had to sign contracts with him. So his son did come around, and they did want to sell the property because he was going to be moving in with his son, because they knew that his illness would be getting worse, but I was able to joggle some memory in there by asking it in this way. So from this point forward, I always asked it that way because it seemed like a very respectful way to do it without being insulting to them. Is there anybody else that needs to be signing contracts with us here today, or is it just going to be us? I can't really push beyond that without being insulting, but I met with another lady who was elderly, and I did the same thing now because it worked the last time with this guy. So I was like, is there anybody else that needs to be signing contracts with us here today? And, or is it just going to be us? And she's like, what are you trying to say? She was really sharp. She was like, what are you trying to say? And I was like, well, I just asking if there's anyone else that needs to be signing contracts with us here today. Is there anybody else that is listed as an owner or needs to be signing the contracts with us? And she's like, like she knew what I was kind of digging at. And so I try to play it off a little bit because I don't want to be insulting to her. It's not like all people are, crazy or their minds are melting away because they're old.
Because she's a woman.
Or I didn't even think about going there, but that, but she was like, yeah. I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we played it off, and she kind of knew what I was getting at. The fact that she was kind of up there in age, and I was trying to dig at if there's any kids or legal guardians or anything like that. All right. So undue influence or duress. Under duress means force, or undue influence means taken advantage of. And they give examples here that these kinds of contracts can be canceled by that person or a court later. So extreme care should be taken when one or more of the parties to a contract is elderly, sick, or in great distress, or under the influence of drugs or alcohol. To be valid, every contract must be signed as the free and voluntary act of each party. So now we're going to start going over some other things. Performance of a contract. We're going to learn that dates are merely guidelines to be followed. And if somebody misses a date in a contract where something needs to be performed by, it does not mean that they're in breach of contract. Courts have already established this, that these dates are merely guidelines for us to follow. And nobody's in breach of contract because they didn't accomplish a certain thing by a certain date.
Okay.
They're not strict deadlines. When you want a strict deadline, we're going to learn about a phrase called time is of the essence.
Time's of the essence. I heard that.
Yeah. And we're going to go over the ways to discharge a contract. And we're going to learn about the term default or breach of contract. And we're going to learn about the phrase statute of limitations. And we're also going to learn about those timelines.
Okay.
So, without further ado, statute of limitations is a statute of limitations is a time limit in which one has a right to assert their legal rights. You know, it could be with law enforcement. They cannot go after you for certain crimes if it's past the statute of limitations. Even if you admitted to doing the crime, if it's past the time limit in which they're allowed to arrest you for a certain crime, they can't do it anymore. Well, the same thing applies to contracts. There are statute of limitations for lawsuits as well. So there's a 6-year statute of limitations for there's a 6-year statute of limitations for contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. There is, however, a 10-year statute of limitations to recover real property in New Jersey. Now, if you guys recall, brokers are required to keep all records for 6 years. I wonder if it has anything to do with the statute of limitations. What do you think?
Yes.
I would say so. So, let's highlight on page 198 and 199 that New Jersey generally allows 6 years during which time parties to a contract can seek court action to enforce their rights. The 6-year period applies to contracts, foreclosures, mortgages, and cases of fraud. However, lawsuits to recover real property have a 10-year statute of limitations in New Jersey. So you need to know those two for exams. One of them you're going to get sooner or later. Sooner, hint, hint. Hey. I get to change slide?
Yes.
So now breach of contract, also known as default, is when someone breaks the contractual agreement without having a good legal excuse to do so. They can be held legally and financially liable to the other party. So dates in contracts are merely guidelines, and nobody's considered to be in breach of contract if they miss a date in a contract to perform some act that the contract required them to do. But sometimes we want those dates to have teeth, to have meaning, that they are a strict deadline. If that's the case, this term, time of the essence, can be used. However, we should leave its use to attorneys. So often, anytime I needed to make sure there's a strict deadline in a contract for something, I'm gonna ask the attorney for my clients to issue a time is of the essence order.
Okay.
So it's a strict deadline that must be met, and any party who has not performed on time is guilty of breach of contract if they miss that deadline when a time is of the essence order has been made. If you just simply have a contract that has dates in it, courts have already determined and ruled on this. It's established that those dates are not strict deadlines. Nobody's in breach of contract if they didn't perform on time by that deadline date that you put in a contract. It's not a deadline. It's merely a guide a timeline you should get this thing done by.
Now,
So
can you do that as far as like the home inspection? Like, I need this. Can you put like a home inspection, a time of essence?
we do. We have dates in the contracts for home inspections, for when the buyer needs to produce the mortgage commitment letter by. That's the one that we usually issue the time is of the essence order for. People are usually quick to get their home inspections and appraisals done, but when it comes to that, there's dates that when we prepare a contract, there's a date in there. We got closing dates, we got inspection dates, we got all kinds of stuff. But the one pertaining to the date about when the buyer needs to produce the mortgage commitment letter from their lender. A mortgage commitment letter, if you guys recall, is different than a mortgage pre-approval letter. A commitment letter is one where the lender is committing to giving the loan.
They
Now,
said they got the loan already.
when you start out, they'll give you a mortgage. You go to a lender to get pre-qualified for the loan. That's the first stage, right? And then once you supply all of your bank statements and pay stubs and tax returns, the underwriter at the lender will examine it all. If they decide that you're definitely going to get the loan as an individual, they'll issue you a mortgage pre-approval letter. Now, once we get under contract on a property, additional information is needed about that property before the lender will commit to giving the loan for this transaction. They want to make sure the house appraises for the purchase price. And at minimum, you got a wood destroying insect inspection report to make sure the house that's to serve as collateral is not being eaten by termites, and then the lender will examine your finances. You've already been approved because you got a pre-approved letter. Okay, now they need to make sure that the house is approved with that, whatever information they want about the house, like the appraisal and the wood destroying insect report. And then they'll issue a mortgage commitment letter committing to giving the loan.
A mortgage commitment letter. That's what they need to put. Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
that's the next phase of the lending process. First, it's a pre-qualification letter, then you work up to a pre-approval letter, and then it's the mortgage commitment letter where the lender's committing to giving the loan. So there's a date in the contract that says that, for instance, within 45 days of the contract, the buyer needs to produce a mortgage commitment letter from their lender. We want to make sure that the seller's keeping the property off the market because the buyer can actually get the loan to buy.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't produce that letter by the deadline, are they in breach of contract? No. Remember, because dates in contracts are not strict deadlines. So if I'm the seller's agent, I'm going to call up the buyer's agent. I'm going to be like, hey, you forget about something? You're supposed to produce the mortgage commitment letter. Do you guys have that yet? Can you send it over to me? And the other agent's like, oh yeah, you know what? We didn't get it yet. Let me give a call to the mortgage rep and see what's up. See if I can get it. Okie doke. Couple days go by. Forget about me. You get that mortgage commitment letter? Oh yeah. I called up. I left him a message. Let me follow up. Couple days go by. Get that mortgage commitment letter? You didn't send it over yet. I'm not sure is the buyer having a problem getting the loan?
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
What's going on here? Sometimes you remember the other agent, they need to be truthful and honest. If their buyer is having trouble getting the financing, they got to let us know. But sometimes agents, they don't. They try, like, in the meantime, in the background, they're like scurrying, they weren't able to get the loan through this lender, so they're scurrying through other lenders trying to get the loan through. So they may be dishonest to us in that. So if I start getting that feeling that they're being dishonest, and it's not just like a honest thing that the lender's just not, the mortgage rep isn't communicating good enough or something, I'm going to get on the phone with the seller's attorney, because I'm the seller's agent. I'm going to get on the phone with the seller's attorney and be like, listen, we're having a problem with this contract for 123 Main Street over here. We still have not received the mortgage commitment letter from the other side. And I've contacted the agent several times. He said he reached out to the mortgage rep several times. I think they're jerking our chain over here. I need you to issue a time of the essence order. So the attorney now will send out a time of the essence letter to the other side to make it legit. And now this is a strict deadline. So usually when they put out time of the essence order, I mean, it's usually about 10 days. It could be less, but usually it's about 10 days. So he's going to put out a time of the essence order with a certain deadline. If it's not produced by a certain deadline, by a certain time even, then the contract is automatically killed. There's nothing else that needs to be said. We don't need to send out another letter. We're officially killing the deal. The time of the essence order did that. This is your deadline to produce the mortgage commitment letter. If you don't bring it, we're not going to ask you about it again. If you don't bring it to us by this deadline, contract's automatically killed. And we're putting the property back on the market, finding another buyer. And the seller's not in breach of contract, the buyer is, because you failed to produce the mortgage commitment letter. Okay? So that's what the essence letter does, and that's when it's typically used.
So, Victor, you just said that you contacted attorney.
Yes, the seller's attorney. I was representing the seller. I'm the seller's agent.
Okay.
Contacted the seller's attorney to issue the time of the essence order to the buyer. So the buyer's attorney got it, their agent got it, the buyer's got it. They know they need to produce that mortgage commitment letter by a certain date and time, and if they don't, contract's automatically killed.
Yeah.
So now that date and time comes about, contract's automatically killed because they never produced the mortgage commitment letter. And now they produce it the next day. The contract's already dead. It's killed. Can we piece it back together, though? Can we piece the transaction back together?
I think so, right?
Yeah, sure you can. But the other side doesn't need to agree to that. They could now try to change some of the terms of the contract. They could try to renegotiate. Oh, you want to put the deal back together? Well, remember the thing that you refused to do before? Well, I want you to do it now. Or they want to change some kind of a term to the contract, to the agreement.
Who changed it?
The seller changed it? Seller? You can put the property back on the market and show it again until you try to find another buyer, or we could just pick up where we left off right here and you're that much closer to closing. What do you want to do? See, this is why you got to be careful using this time of the essence order. It's a double-edged sword because it cuts both ways. Okay. So for exams, it's a strict deadline in a contract that must be met. Otherwise, one of the parties will be in breach of contract. That's what you need to know for exam. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Okay. So in some case, when you are in the dealing to buy a property, they asking for security deposit. They asking money, right?
Payment, you mean to buy? You're talking about buying, not leasing, right?
No, when they're buying, yes. When you buy, yes.
So they're putting down a purchase deposit. Yeah, they call it a good faith deposit.
Yeah. Okay. If for some reason you not able to get a mortgage because the bank they don't give you the
Did not approve it.
commitment letter. So
Gets
and
their
the
money.
contract and the contract is killed. So you got the money back, or they take your security?
The buyer gets their deposit back because if your contract had a mortgage contingency clause in there
Mhm.
and you were unable to get the mortgage, you're not in breach of contract, but you can't follow through with the contract, so you get your money back.
You got the money back. Okay.
If it did not have a mortgage contingency clause in there, they could claim that money. Okay, now most of our contracts have a mortgage contingency clause. You'd have to remove it. Okay, or if the buyer was not honest with the seller, if the buyer, couple instances of that. Maybe they were lying about being unable to get the mortgage, and they're shopping around with several different lenders because they're being dishonest with us, and so they kind of like drew it out instead of immediately letting us know, so that we could then take the property and put it back on the market. Now you could be costing that seller money, so they could make a claim against your deposit money because you were not operating in good faith. That's why they call it a good faith deposit or earnest money deposit. Now, you weren't operating in good faith, so that they could make a claim against it. Now, if you don't agree to give up that money because you weren't operating in good faith, even though that's the claim they made, well, the real estate broker, if they're holding on to that money in their escrow account, they can't release it to anyone unless both parties agree where to release it to. And if they can't agree of where to release it to, what happens to it?
It goes to the attorney.
It goes to the court.
Oh.
And the court will determine who can get that money, whether it all goes back to the buyer, or does the seller have a claim, justifiable claim to a right for some of it. Okay, that's the way that works. But usually the money is just returned all back to the buyer. Okay, but unless they were dishonest in that one example that I gave. Another way that we could show that a buyer's not operating in good faith is they put offers on several properties. And so they gave a good faith deposit to you on this property, but they're canceling the contract because they actually like the other property better, and that offer got accepted too. So they're going to just like back out of this one to go get the other one. If we get a hint that they're under contract on another property, the seller can lay claim that this buyer was not operating in good faith, and they want to keep all or part of that good faith deposit because they were not operating in good faith.
Wow. Can you do that?
Yes. Yes. All right.
The seller gets that good faith money, I say.
It's possible.
Possible, right?
But normally it just goes back to the buyer.
Got it.
All right. Now, let's highlight the definition for time of the essence here on page 199. We already went over that definition.
Okay, 1 minute. Performance of contract. And that money, good faith money, is going to be usually, it depends on what's the price, right? The property price, right?
There is no good faith deposit required by law.
Oh.
We actually went over the escrow deposits and stuff in chapter 3.
Right.
Remember, there's one slide where I gave a full explanation of this. Actually, I think we'll have it in this chapter too, about how the good faith deposit works. I put up a slide with my own storyline of it. Even though the book has an explanation, I go a little bit more clearer for explanations of how this works. But there's no security deposits that are required by law.
Okay.
However, it should be making an offer with as large of a deposit as possible to convince the seller that they are operating in good faith and they are planning on going through this transaction until the completion of it. They're not throwing offers at a bunch of different properties and seeing what sticks, and then they're going to back out of the others and go to the other one. So there should be some sort of a good faith deposit that's made.
Right.
So me as a listing agent, if you're making an offer on one of my listings and there's no security deposit, I'm going to tell the seller, don't even consider the offer.
Oh, I see.
Advise them not even to consider the offer, because you're not even showing that you're operating in good faith. You're not even making any deposit whatsoever. And you're not even making an attempt to look like you're operating in good faith.
And even people change mind so fast.
Yeah. So I want that buyer to make at minimum a $1,000 good faith deposit, because that's customary. It's actually customary in real estate transactions to make at least a $1,000 good faith deposit. If the offer is not accepted, it goes right back to the buyer immediately. Okay? So it should be large enough to also make your offer seem better. The larger the deposit that you make,
more serious,
especially in a multiple offer situation, your better chances of getting your offer accepted, because it's showing that you're really operating in good faith. You're really committed to this. You put a large deposit down.
Even we see buyers' interest.
Yeah.
Look,
you're going to need money to buy the real estate. And if you're putting zero money down, do you have any money to buy real estate?
Right.
You know, I've seen people put it down as a good faith deposit, $50 or $100. And I look at that, I'm like, that's strange. That's a red flag to me, because agents know, and they usually customarily put down $1,000 minimum good faith deposit. So putting down anything less than that, it's got me scratching my head. Why are they doing that? Why so low? It doesn't look like they're operating in good faith.
The last time I remember, they asked me for $10,000 for the faith deposit. 10,000.
Yeah, that's a lot. They don't need to put it down right now.
Right.
Money, but at least $1,000. You know,
to show that you're interested into the
to show that you're interested. Look, when you're buying a property, your lender is going to require you to put down a certain percentage depending on the type of loan you're getting anyway, right? Are they requiring you? Are you getting an FHA loan? It only requires 3.5% down payment, right? Conventional loans could be 3%. It could be all the way up to 20 or 25% down payment. You know, especially if it's an investment property, one that you're not planning on living in. You know, it's 20 to 25%, even 30% may be common.
Now, with them putting a lower amount down, say another person that's interested in the property, they put a higher deposit down. What do you do in that situation?
Well, we examine the entire offer. We look to see which is the highest and best offer. Highest offer is not necessarily the best offer. Or likewise, an offer that includes a large down payment deposit is not necessarily the highest offer. It could be a lower price that they're offering to purchase it at. They're just putting a larger deposit down. We got to look at the whole entire offer as a whole. We got to examine how much are they offering in total? How much are they putting down? Are there any contingencies or weird additional contingencies we don't normally see that they're asking for in a contract? Is this property's purchase subject to the sale of your current home or any other factors? When is the anticipated closing date on this? Are you buying with a mortgage loan? Are you buying with cash? What kind of purchase is this? We got to look at the transaction as a whole to determine that. But just strictly looking at the security at the deposit money, the good faith deposit, if you're not putting down at least $1,000, I'm not taking you serious. Look, you could be making an offer by digital contracts. Maybe you're one of those agents that carry around your tablet with you everywhere, and you're still showing the house, you're still in that house, and now you start writing up the contract and you prepare a digital contract, an electronic contract, right there at the house with your clients, and you send it out for electronic signatures to everybody. Okay, if you do that, Okay, maybe you don't have your checkbook on you right now,
Mhm.
but you should write in the contract at least that deposit, that first good faith deposit is going to be made by a certain date.
Okay.
And if you don't, then I'm going to be scratching my head again. Something's wrong. All right. It's suspicious anyway.
Right.
All right. So assignment and novation. Assignment of a contract. When you assign something, when you assign a task to somebody, what is that saying? What are you doing?
You're right.
You-
You're signing it.
No, assignment.
Yes.
Like
I'm-
if I'm assigning a task to you, what am I saying?
You're telling me to do something.
I'm telling you to do something. You're assigning that duty to you,
Mhm.
okay, to do it. So when we assign contracts, this is a way that this is commonly done with leasing and subleasing. Now, most of our leases, all of them by default, forbid subletting, subleasing. Subleasing is if you're a renter and then you're going to sign a rental contract with someone else beneath you, and they're going to be renting the actual one that's renting it. Okay. So they got to pay the rent to you, and then you pay the rent to me.
Lender. Yeah.
All right. So assignment, however, does not relieve you of your duties. So if I'm a landlord and I rent you my property and then you sublease to someone else, if that someone else doesn't pay the rent, you're still obligated to pay it to
Yeah.
me.
That's true.
You're never relieved of your obligation to pay the rent because I'm into a contract with you, not this other guy. I don't know who the hell this guy is. That's somebody you pulled out of thin air,
Right.
whether I allowed it or not.
Mhm.
You know, if I didn't allow it, first of all, it's illegal.
Correct.
Because you need permission from the owner to sublease. Otherwise, that contract's not even valid. That person don't even belong there. Okay, They have a right to be in the property. Okay, you can't give them rights that I did not allow you to transfer. I gave you the rights to occupy that premises, not someone else. So that someone else, I could have them evicted out of there.
Also, for subleasing, you need contract, like you need permission, right?
You need permission from the owner of the property. If the owner of the property is leasing it to you, you can't sublease to someone else. You need that owner of the property's permission to sublease. Okay. We call this assignment. When you sublease, you're assigning your lease duties to someone else to take over.
Mhm.
So if I were to allow you to sublease, it's called assignment. Now you're assigning your lease obligations to someone else. However, if they do not follow the lease rules, they don't pay their rent on time, or they break some other terms of the lease, you're still responsible because you're the one that I entered into the contract with, not them. You always hold primary responsibility. So when it comes to assignment, this whole thing is not about leasing, by the way. It's just talking about assignment and understanding what assignment is. So when one party assigns their contractual obligations to another, but is never relieved of their obligation, they always hold primary responsibility in the event that the assignee breaches the contract. An example of that is a sublease, where the new tenant doesn't pay the rent, so the original tenant is still liable for the rent. They are never relieved of that obligation. However, sometimes we have contracts where you want to assign the obligations to someone else, and you do want to be relieved of those legal obligations. We call this novation. You have novation of a contract is when you replace an old existing contract with a new one. So the new contract replaces the old one is no longer valid, has no legal force. Or you could just replace the parties named in the contract so that you're relieved of your obligation to the contract legally, and the other party's taking it over. We call this novation of the parties.
So, for example, if sublease person move or not gonna live over there, and he finds other person as a sublease, so he has to let landlord that now sublease person is different. He's like some kind of changes he can.
The landlord has to first give you permission to sublease. You can't sublease unless the landlord
Yeah,
allows you to.
that I got the point. What I'm saying, let's say, for example, in reality, in summer, my son went to Boston for 3 months. He was on sublease. Then he came back, of course. But then what happened is very interesting. In August, first week, the main renter guy, the lease person, I'm not talking about sublease. My son was sublease, right?
Yeah.
So that person was on vacation for 2 weeks. In that time, my son was there alone in that house, right? But what happened? The rent guy said, while in my absence, few people are coming to see our house for the sublease. So he actually, after he came back, he found some sublease person. So the thing is, whenever change the people, like a sublease person, do they have some kind of written document that he has to let?
All right. So let me simplify what she's saying here. She's basically saying that, let me give an example.
Yeah.
The landlord, you're renting from me. You decide that you're going to rent to someone else. You're going to sublease to someone else. And I, as a landlord, allowed you to do that. Okay. Now, the person that you're subleasing to, their lease expired. Their sublease expired. So they move out and he's trying to get someone else in
New one.
to sublet. To sublease.
Sublet. Mhm.
Okay, so that's all they're doing is they're just changing the tenant there. Okay, now that has nothing to do with this. This is when you have a valid lease. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it direct. I'm renting to you. Okay, I'm not allowing you to sublease or nothing. I'm renting directly to you, and you have a 1-year lease with me, but you want to buy a house now, and you got a great opportunity to buy a house. But you want to get out of my lease. I won't let you out of the lease. Okay, I have a 1-year lease with you. I'm not letting you out of it. You need to lease. Okay, you need to pay me still. And then you come to me and you say, yeah, but I got a great opportunity to buy a house. Is it possible that I could get someone else, not to sublease, but to take over my lease?
Oh.
So that I'm no longer responsible for the lease. I don't want to be held liable if they don't pay the rent, though. But could I get another tenant to sign a lease with you, and that new lease will cancel my lease with you?
That's the novation.
That's novation.
Mm.
Or we could just change the parties named in the lease. That you say, I got someone else who's willing to take over my lease. And instead of signing a new contract, we're just going to replace their name. We're going to replace my name in the lease contract with that person's name. So I no longer have any liability. So we're not replacing the whole contract. We're just replacing the person named in the contract.
Oh.
That's novation of the parties. So that's the explanation of that. So the
Like a transfer?
has no further legal obligation.
Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't. I was not sure how to tell you. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to keep a simple explanation.
Yeah.
This person leasing to that person, and then there's
Yeah.
person involved. It starts getting your head spinning a little bit. So I want to keep it simple. Now, remember, like the KISS concept. Keep it simple, stupid, so that you don't have to think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you saying, Raphael? You had a question?
It's like a transfer. You transfer the lease to the sublease. No.
You're transferring your lease obligations to someone else where they're taking over your obligation and being relieved of their legal obligation.
So yeah, I'm not liable anymore.
Correct.
They're not
Correct.
liable.
Now we're using a lease as an example, but this could be for a purchase, or it could be some other agreement as well. Novation, okay? Novation is where you're substituting or replacing an old contract with a new contract, whereas the old contract will no longer be valid. It's replaced by a new contract. So you cannot enforce the terms of the old contract because it was replaced by a new one. Or instead of replacing the contract, you simply replace the people who are named in the contract. You swap them out. So the original person named in the contract has no further legal liability. Only the new person in the contract does. That's novation of the parties. Okay. So novation is substitution of the contract. Novation of the parties is substitution of the person named in the contract. Okay. It can be done either way. Either way, we don't do this. Attorneys do. But we just need to know this name because it's on your exam. Okay. So assignment.
Victor, only one second. I want to share something.
Yeah.
Very good thing. My son got bonus because the person was on vacation. In that time, few people came to see because my son was sublease was expiring in end of the August.
Yeah.
So he showed it to some people, and later on he got bonus because that person found the other sublease person while helping him out to look at this thing. So he got bonus almost $200.
Somebody paid him because he found someone else to take it over.
Yeah, because he just said that he just said that I'm going on vacation.
I'm not hearing this. You cannot legally be paid for helping someone else in a real estate transaction without having a real estate license.
No.
I'm not hearing anything you're saying right now pertaining to that.
No, I'm just saying that I don't know. Is it like a bonus? What kind of bonus? That person said, "Oh, I was on vacation and you found," because he has to find some other
I know what you're
sublease
saying.
guy.
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
But legally, that's not okay.
Legally, it's not okay.
I don't know why he got bonus. I don't know.
All right. Stop
Like
saying,
some kind of money.
But it's legally not.
stop saying he got a bonus. Stop saying he got paid anything. Okay.
Oh, I don't know why he got it. I don't know.
Well, okay, there we go. We don't know anything about anything. Okay, there we go. Your son's off the hook.
He just said that you helped me out while I was on vacation. You found some people. That's the thing. That's it.
Okay, let's not redig that ditch. Okay.
I don't know why. I know what is not illegal.
I got what you're saying, but this is an example about the first line in the book. What is the first line of the first chapter? Who needs to be licensed?
The real estate.
Anybody remember the first line in this book? The first chapter, chapter 1, first paragraph.
Who needs to be licensed? The real estate got to be
real estate, right?
Anyone who helps someone else in a real estate transaction in exchange for anything of value needs to be licensed.
Oh.
Now she get it.
Sentence in this book.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. All right. So let's move on. Assignment and novation. Let's highlight those now in the book. Remember, we're trying to cook through these 2 chapters today. We got to get through these. We got about 10 more minutes before lunch, so we got a little bit more time left of this chapter yet.
It was in Boston. This is in New Jersey. Boston might be allowed.
Same there too.
Oh.
Basically, that's like getting paid under the table.
I think I could have gone to NJIT, or not NJIT, MIT for free. I should have done it when I was younger.
Why you did that?
Because I was born in Massachusetts. Yeah, if you're in Massachusetts, you could go to their colleges for free there.
Oh, never knew that.
Yeah. All right. We got it?
1 second.
Okie dokie. I'll wait 1 second. Time's up.
Oh, yeah, almost. Okay, go ahead.
That's timing of the
Yes.
essence.
Yeah, come on.
Time of essence. Yes.
The strict deadline we need to meet here.
Yeah.
So here are the different ways that a contract may be discharged. So a contract can be completely performed with all of its terms carried out, or it may be breached, broken, if one of the parties defaults. In addition, there's various other methods by which contracts may be discharged, and they include there's not going to be anything to highlight in the book about this. You could follow along if you want on page 199 under the section discharge of a contract. I'm just going to explain this. I got my explanations here, which are a little more clarifying. So that's why I'm using this slide instead of a screenshot from the book. Partial performance is when the parties have only partially performed their legal obligations, their promises within the contract. So they didn't do everything the contract required them to do.
Mhm.
Substantial performance is when the parties perform the terms of the contract, but they did not substantially perform, meaning they did not do everything exactly the way the contract required them to do it. Impossibility of performance, when the terms of the contract cannot be legally accomplished, it is impossible for them to become legally accomplished for some reason. Let's see, like they're not able to get a use permit for the property for the intended purpose of that, or they're unable to get a certificate of occupancy due to the condition, or some other legal condition may not be met. So it makes it impossible to perform the contract. Or by mutual agreement, both parties can just mutually agree to cancel the contract, in which case nobody's in breach of contract if both parties agree. Or by operation of law, like the voiding of a contract as a result of fraud, or a contract with a minor, or the expiration of a statute of limitations, or having contracts being altered without all the parties agreeing to those altered terms. Remember, we need consent for any changes of a contract by both of the parties. They all need to sign. So these are just some other ways that contracts can be discharged other than breach or carrying out the terms. So we're making a little note about there.
Okay. This is in the exam, right?
No, it's just understanding it. You should understand the different ways that contracts can be discharged.
Mm-hmm.
They could be broken, which is breached. You could perform and carry out the terms, or there's other situations that could cause a contract to be discharged.
Mutual agreement. It's like they decided before and they just change
Just
their mind.
agreed to back out and cancel their
Back out.
agreement, their contract. Yep. All right, so now we have defaults. Default or breach of contract is when you break the terms of a contract and you don't have a good legal excuse to do it. So you could be held legally and financially liable to the other party. Now, at this time, I'm also going to bring back the term that we learned on page 73, which is usually on the state exam, called an injunction. An injunction is when a judge orders somebody to do something or to refrain from doing something. That is an injunction. When a judge orders somebody to take action or refrain from taking action in some way.
Injunction, right.
That's what an injunction is. Now, if a seller defaults on the contract, we're going to learn now what happens if a seller defaults, what can the buyer do? And then we're going to learn if a buyer defaults, what can the seller do?
Each parties. Okay.
Okay. So first we're going to do, if a seller defaults, what can the buyer do? Well, the buyer can rescind the contract. That means they can cancel the contract and recover all their earnest money deposit, that good faith deposit money they put down. Or the buyer can sue the seller. This lawsuit is called specific performance. It would force the seller to carry out the terms of the contract as they agreed to in the contract. An example is if the seller backs out of the legally binding contract because they simply changed their mind, they don't want to sell no more, the buyer can sue the seller and have a judge issue an injunction forcing them to turn over the ownership as they agreed to in the terms of their contractual agreement. You know, that's like we get down to the closing day, the closing table, and even the seller shows up to the closing and they're like, you know, I've been thinking about it. I'm not selling. I'm changing my mind. I'm not signing anything. The buyer's like, I got my stuff in a U-Haul truck ready to move you and get it into the house. My lease expires today. I got to be out. I got everything in a U-Haul truck already. I got no place to go. So that seller doesn't have a good legal excuse to break the terms of the contract. So that buyer can sue them and have a judge force them to turn over the ownership as they agreed to in the contract. And this whole time, while we were carrying out all the terms of the contract, doing the inspections, doing the appraisals, doing the surveys, doing the title searches, getting the homeowner's insurance, all that stuff, right? During the transaction. Now, generally speaking, this term specific performance, you need to know, what do we call a lawsuit where one party sues another, forcing them to carry out the terms of the contract as agreed to? It's called specific performance. You need to know that as a definition in itself. Okay.
So usually buyers, excuse me. So whenever it goes to court,
okay,
do
so
they win?
Generally speaking, you could force a seller to sell, but it doesn't work the other way around. Generally speaking, you cannot force a buyer to buy. Because if a buyer just backs out and they decide, you know what, I've been thinking about it, this property is the money pit. I don't want to be tied to a 30-year mortgage stuck to a house that I don't want to begin with. A judge cannot force you. Generally speaking, you never know. There's some judges out there that make wacky decisions, so I don't want to say it as a fact that it always is this way. But generally speaking, a judge will not force a buyer to take on a 30-year mortgage to purchase a property that they don't want.
So my question is,
there may be other consequences for the buyer in those situations. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So my question is, we did the contract and everything, and buyers changed the mind. So it doesn't. So in this case, you're saying that they cannot force to buyer to buy it, but we did all legal papers.
Okay, I didn't say there wasn't going to be any consequences for them. I just said that a judge won't force them to buy your house.
So that means
we'll get into that in just a moment. Right now, let's just finish off.
Yeah.
If the seller defaults, what can the seller do? Okay. So basically, when it comes to specific performance, the general rule is you could force a seller to sell. You can't force a buyer to buy. Unless the buyer is a moron. Unless the buyer's a moron. Keep that in mind for when we get to what other the situations with the buyer if the buyer breaches the contract. I'll explain that statement in a moment. I'll let you ponder on it for a minute. So now, the third thing is if a seller defaults, the buyer can sue for compensatory damages, forcing the seller to pay them money. Compensation. That's what compensatory damages is. All right. So now, if the buyer defaults, before we get to that, apparently we got something else we got to highlight here before we get into the other flip scenario. Let's highlight this definition in the book. Liquidated damages are an amount of money agreed to in advance by the buyer and seller that serves as compensation if one of the parties does not live up to the contract. Now, if a contract specifies that the earnest money deposit serves as liquidated damages in case of default by the buyer, the seller is entitled to keep the deposit if the buyer refuses to perform for no good reason. The seller who does choose to keep the deposit as liquidated damages may not sue for any further damages, though. So, what are liquidated damages? If you say earnest money deposit, that's wrong.
My book is different.
Liquidated damages is just an agreement. Liquidated damages is simply an agreement about how much money will serve as compensation if one of the parties breaches the contract. That party is usually the buyer. So if the buyer defaults, how much money, it's an agreement of how much money the buyer will have to pay the seller. That's what a liquidated damage agreement is. Now, if you decided, you're the real estate agent, you're the one that would write this in the contract, a liquidated damage agreement. Now, if you were to write this in the contract and then you were to further explain that the money from the liquidated damages would be coming from the deposit money, that earnest money deposit that the buyer gave, they put down, well, that could be less than the amount that they have agreed to serve as compensation. So if you said that money was going to be coming from their deposit money, well, then that's all the money you could get, and you can't chase after them for anything else. So for example, you have a liquidated damage agreement that if the buyer breaches the contract, the buyer is going to have to pay the seller $20,000.
Okay.
And the buyer only put $3,000 down as the deposit money. If you say the liquidated damage agreement is that the buyer needs to pay the seller $20,000 if they breach the contract, and the money will come from the good faith deposit, the escrow deposit. Well, if they only have $3,000 in the escrow deposit, that's all you could collect, and you can't collect anything else more than that.
Okay.
Oh, that 17,000 he cannot claim for it?
No.
Oh.
That because the liquidated damage agreement is only supposed to be an agreement about how much money is going to serve as compensation if they breach the contract. It's not supposed to specify where it comes from.
Okay.
If you do specify where it comes from, that's all the money that you could get.
So because he said it was coming from the good faith money, that's the only reason why he only could collect on that money.
Correct. So there's that little, they have that here in the book, but it may not be as clear. So that's why I wrote here, liquidated damages is an agreement. That's all it is. It's just an agreement made in advance about how much money will serve as compensation if one of the parties, usually the buyer's, defaults. The side note that there could be additional wording stipulating where that money would come from. But if it is stated in the agreement, for example, that the damages would be paid from the earnest money deposit, the other party could not collect any additional money other than that. Damages are not necessarily coming from the earnest money deposit. Damages could exceed the earnest money deposit that was collected. But if you said it's coming from the earnest money deposit, that's all you get. Whatever they put, If they only put
This-
$1,000 down, that's all you could get.
This is also called security
Well, it's not
deposit,
security.
right?
It's
Yeah.
good faith deposit or
Good
earnest
faith deposit.
Yeah.
Good
Security
faith and
deposit.
honest. You said honest?
Good faith deposit
Yeah.
or earnest
Honest. Yeah. Okay.
earnest money deposit. Okay. So this is page what page is this?
And that's liquidated.
19?
That's why I couldn't find it, because that's on page 219.
Yeah. Mention it on page 200, but the definition here to highlight is actually on page 219.
That's why I was like, my book is different, but I ain't see that 219 part.
Okay. Honest deposit.
All right.
So after breaching the contract, it should say to liquidated damages.
Well, contracts have liquidated damages agreement like the in them, like the book would have you believe the way that they have it written.
Right.
We would have to write it in there, a liquidated damage agreement.
Okay.
So most contracts, they don't have this in there by default. You would have to write it in.
I see.
So be careful if you write it in. Don't say where the money's coming from. Just say how much money will serve as damages.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you try getting specific, this is why I don't know why we're allowed to write this in there. You know, we're not attorneys, and this thing does have some legal nuance to it. You know, because that if you specify where that money's coming from, well, that's all the money you could collect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now that you guys got this, everybody got these notes or snapped a picture of this slide or whatever?
Yes.
200 also, yes.
Yeah. So now we'll go over if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? And then we'll break for lunch after that. So if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? Well, if a liquidated damage agreement was added to the contract, it's not a standard thing in all contracts, the seller can declare the contract forfeited if the contract stated that they can, and if it was agreed to, they would be awarded compensation from the buyer as liquidated damages. Where that money is coming from is a different story altogether. So don't state that. That's not part of a liquidated damage agreement. And if you do write that in there, well, then that's all they could get. Okay. So my definition is clearly different than the one that they gave here in the book, which says the seller may declare, the seller may declare the contract forfeited. The right to forfeit may be provided for in the contract, and according to the terms of the contract, the seller may be entitled to retain the earnest money and all payments received from the buyer as liquidated damages. Okay, well, that's only if they wrote it in. If, okay, don't worry, we'll do these highlights in a second. I'm going to go back to the previous slide to finish going over the terms, and then we'll go over here to this slide so that you can do the copy of the highlights. Okay. The next thing is, if the buyer defaults, what can the seller do? The seller can also rescind the contract as if it were never made. However, this would require them to return all that deposit money to the would-be buyer.
Mm-hmm.
Or the seller can sue the buyer for specific performance. Hold on, didn't I say you could only sue the buyer for specific performance if the buyer is a moron? Don't you love the way I teach the class? If the buyer's a moron, that's the only way they could get it, you know? What kind of teacher you have teaching like this, you know? Now, it is true. Let me explain why. The seller can sue the buyer for specific performance. However, this would require them to sign over the deed to the buyer, basically giving them the ownership, signing the ownership to them, and then chasing after them for the money later. So basically, here, this happens at the closing table. the buyer says, yeah, you know what, I changed my mind, I don't want to buy it. And the seller's like, "Okay." And they're signing the deed over to the buyer, and they give the deed to the buyer takes it, they accept it. When does the transfer of ownership take place? At the moment of delivery and acceptance of the deed, right? So why did the buyer take the deed? Did they think the seller was just gonna give them the property? You gotta be a moron.
Right.
So now the seller can took the ownership, now you gotta pay me. If you didn't want the property, you shouldn't have taken the deed. But because they took the deed, now you could sue them for specific performance to pay you the money for the house that they just took ownership of.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. The buyer's got to be a moron. If you don't want the house, don't take the deed. They would actually have to take the deed, take over the ownership in order for the seller to sue them for specific performance.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot force them to take on a 30-year mortgage to carry out the purchase of the house. But they could do it this way. The seller can give them the ownership of the property and then chase after them for the payment of it. Okay, and then one more last thing. The seller can sue for compensatory damages, just like the buyer could. That would be for compensation for money, forcing the buyer to pay them. Because they strung the seller through this transaction the whole time, and then they back out the last minute. The seller could have sold the property to someone else because maybe there was another offer on the table that was a good offer. But now property values have gone down a little bit. And so that because you strung this out for so long, so now they're actually losing money. So the seller can sue that buyer for compensation for all their financial losses and time. And time is valuable too. So they get sued for a lot of things for compensation. So compensatory damages can encompass more than just the value of loss, but also the time.
Okay.
So those are my definitions.
Mm-hmm.
Here we could highlight what's in the book. And then we could take our lunch break. So I'm going to leave this on here. I'll pause the recording right now. And so contracts used in the real estate business. We're going to talk about the preparation of documents. We're going to talk about a lot of things we've already learned about. We're just going to put them all together now in a storyline, I guess. So we as real estate licensees, we can only prepare the sales or lease contracts for residential properties, 1 to 4 family and single buildable residential lots, right? We don't create these contracts from scratch. They're already created and approved by the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission didn't create them. The Realtors Association did. The Real Estate Commission approved them. All we need to do is fill in the blanks. So don't leave any blank lines on the contracts generally. Commercial and industrial properties for sale, lease, what have you. Those contracts need to be prepared by real estate licensee. By attorneys. The way that real estate licensees can kick it off and get the process started is we prepare that non-binding, non-legally binding term sheet or intent to purchase or lease, which basically starts the process. We get the information they want added in the contracts, we turn it over to the attorneys, and then the attorneys create the contracts. Now, New Jersey requirements. Contracts must indicate the business relationship with respect to the parties named in the document. Just about every document that we have that checkbox. I represent the seller, not the buyer. I represent the buyer, not the seller, both or neither. Then we have the opinion 26 notice. Remember that document? That's the document that must be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees, informing the consumer that they have the right to hire a lawyer. That's all that is. Then New Jersey requires this following statement be on the top of the first page of the actual sales contract itself that says this is a legally binding contract. It's on top of sales contracts as well as lease contracts. Now it says a little bit more than this is a legally binding contract. The whole phrase actually says this is a legally binding contract that'll become final within 3 business days. During this period, you may choose to consult an attorney who can review and cancel the contract. Okay. But that could be an exam question. What are the words at the top of the first page of the sales contract prepared by licensees? This is a legally binding contract. So all contracts prepared by licensees must disclose the agency relationships to the parties named in a document. I think we said that on the previous slide. Here's an example of that. This is a screenshot of the top of the first page of the sales contract that says this is a legally binding contract, but it says a little more than that, right? That'll become binding within the 3 business days. During this period, you may choose to consult an attorney who can review and cancel the contract. See attorney review for details. And then here it is somewhere else in on that same contract as well.
Hold on.
So how does attorney review work? So many states, first of all, do not have attorney review. New Jersey is one of the states that does, one of the few states that does have attorney review, where attorneys get involved earlier in the transaction process. This is part of our standard real estate way we do business here. This is not the way that most states do it. We do things a little backwards here. We actually, instead of preparing a term sheet and going back and forth until we get all a perfect wording and then write the contract once with all that agreed upon perfect wording in it, like we do with commercial real estate, we prepare those non-legally binding term sheets and then turn it over to an attorney to prepare the contract. Most states, real estate agents for residential transactions, they have those non-legally binding term sheets as well that they go back and forth with. And then once they've agreed on everything, then that final, then they actually prepare the contract with all those agreed upon wordings. See, New Jersey, what we tend to do here is we don't do the non-binding term sheets. We actually start with the actual contract. And then if any changes need to be done, it's done by the attorneys during review. So it's kind of backwards the way we do things. So how does attorney review work? Well, there's a study by the attorneys. Both parties must receive a duplicate original of that fully executed contract. Then we start counting of time to deliver the fully executed contract to both sides' attorneys to start that review process. And then they can make changes or cancel the contract. The counting of time, we count 3 business days. We don't count weekends or legal holidays. Review period can be extended or can be temporarily halted until a time that both sides agree upon or until the happening of a certain event. So to begin attorney review, to make modifications or cancel the contract or otherwise it becomes legally binding the way that we submitted it. If 3 days go by and they need business days and we did not start the attorney review process, the contract becomes legally binding as it is. Then nobody can make changes without the other side's approval. Now, when attorney review starts, one of the attorneys will send out a letter called the notice of disapproval, unless they agree with the contract exactly the way it is. But most attorneys like to make some changes to it. So a notice of disapproval, one side's attorney will start the review process by acknowledging that they received the contract, and then they'll write down a bunch of modifications they want to it, and then their response will read like this. We're in receipt of your contract for 123 Main Street. However, we disapprove of the contract in its current format. However, we suggested these following changes, and if you agree to these changes, we could conclude attorney review. Please sign here. And they send that off to the other side. And then the other side has how long to respond to them? 3 days.
3 days.
It's
For
3
both sides.
Attorney review is not necessarily 3 days. It's just that each side has 3 days to respond to the previous side. It could go on for much, 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 much longer, or it can be done in an hour. It depends. So, meeting of the minds happens once again here during the attorney review process when the attorneys agree on all the final ratified changes to the contract, and then both parties agree to them and sign off on them. It's said they've come to a meeting of the minds, agreement on all the terms, and then attorney review is concluded, and we're in a legally binding contract.
Meeting of the mind is not in the book, right?
Yes, it is. We've highlighted it several times already. Yep.
Yes.
So, the federal payment requirement, remember that federal disclosure, if a property was built prior to 1978, all the owners need to fill out this form first and then supply it to potential buyers and tenants. And then we got to give them that lead paint pamphlet and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection for lead or waive that opportunity if they want to close any sooner. So we use many contracts in the business. So these contracts are already prepared by attorneys, approved by the Real Estate Commission. We just fill in the blanks. We have listing agreements. Those are contracts. We have exclusive buyer brokerage agreements. We have designated agency agreements, transaction broker agreements, dual agency agreements, and the actual sales contract. There's no official name to it, actually. Okay. Some people, it goes by several names. Some people refer to it as a offer to purchase, a contract to purchase and sale, an earnest money agreement, binder and deposit receipt. It goes by many names. So don't get all high and mighty that whatever it is that you choose to call it, that's what everyone else must. There's no official name to the contract. We could just call it the contract, That's it. There's nothing on exams about that. I just want you to know that there's no official name for that contract. It'd be called the sales contract, a purchase contract, purchase and sale contract, earnest money deposit receipt. Goes by many names. Okay?
No official name for that. Okay.
Well, I gotta write that down. Where my pen go?
No, you don't. You don't need to study that.
Okay.
There's no official name for the sales contract. That's all that this says. Okay, you don't need to even highlight any of this or take any notes on this. Just know there's no official name. Just don't get all high and mighty that whatever you choose to call it. No, it's a purchase contract. Wait, is it a purchase contract or is it a sales contract? Or is it a purchase and sale contract?
Got
Or is it this money agreement? Call it whatever you like.
Can you go back to the before page, please?
This one?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, you got it.
Now, if you're on this page, you could click on all these links and it actually opens it up from the shared Google Drive. I also have all this on the class links and notes Word document. All right, offer and acceptance. How does this process work? Isn't that part of the 4 essential elements of a valid contract? Right? Competent parties, offer and acceptance, right? So that's one of the parts. So how does it work in a real estate transaction? The offer and acceptance part of the 4 essential elements of a valid contract. Well, let's just highlight here. A broker lists an owner's real estate for sale at a price and conditions that are set by the owner. So who sets the asking price?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Who sets the asking price?
The owner?
The owner.
Buyer.
The owner sets
The
the
seller.
asking price. If they're selling it, it's the owner who sets the asking price. It is the buying public that determines what the actual sale price is eventually going to be based on the highest offer that they're willing to make. Okay. So An offer to purchase is drawn up. No, wait, I'm not going to read this. Just do these highlights. Any attempt by the seller to change the terms proposed by a buyer creates a counteroffer. Right in here, delivery and acceptance and signatures are not required but recommended. Just do all these highlights and write all these notes. When you're done, we'll go to the next slide. I'll go over all the stuff that you're highlighting here. I have it a little bit neater on my own slide.
The buyer. Where is the second line? 217.
Yeah, I don't have
The
that
buyer
either.
is, yeah, the buyer, I don't have it.
No, in the book it says any counter offer immediately terminates any previous offer relying parties of their obligation under
That offer.
and returning everything to the same status quo ante. So we don't have that second line in our books.
This one?
Oh, it's down at the bottom. Go down a couple of sentences.
Hold on a second. This one right here is that
the buyer is relieved of his or her. The second
First highlight to second line.
Oh, okay. The buyer's relieved of their original offer because the offer has been rejected. Let me see. It's still there. It's just
there's just a couple lines down
in between it. Yeah. So there's just more words in between it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a couple further lines down. Okay, I'll get a new screenshot and get that new screenshot up there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're going down an offer is not considered.
Okay, and would be fax machines. Where are you? Ah, there is that one. Should be followed up to original signature. I don't find that.
One part is fax machines.
Where is that? I don't find that. Where is the last highlight? Did you find? Should be followed.
It's like I just
The
want
real
to
estate.
find the slide we're on, 46.
The real estate.
Okay, so it's I don't know how.
Yeah, Vimo.
Vimo. It is where we highlighted the first line and offer. Go down maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the second sentence from the last.
Sentence from the last.
What is the last sentence?
Okay, so can I hear?
Money deposit. A credit card may not be used for earnest money deposit.
Wait, where the hell is that?
No, you're going before then.
Before.
An offer is not considered accepted. Which part is it that you can't find?
Where it should be followed up with the original signatures as soon as possible.
Okay, so
that is part of the last line of that paragraph.
Last line of the second paragraph or last?
No, the one that we highlighted in offer.
Look, it says below center of page graphic image. So you see that graphic in the middle of the page? The paragraph just beneath it, that's where this is. This is the last line in that paragraph just beneath that picture, that graph, figure 11.2 on page 217. You see it? You find it? Gamal?
No.
You see the picture in the middle of the page, 217?
Yeah.
You see, okay, the paragraph just beneath that. Look at the last line in that paragraph.
Legally binding signature may be obtained. That's the one?
Yes, in that sentence.
Should be followed up with original signatures as soon as possible.
Okay, found it. Sorry.
Got it? There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, good. But not required for offer to be considered accepted. Oh, I have to write it down. We can move forward. I will write it down. Okay, but not required for offer.
All right.
Yes. Where's my blue?
You got your notes? Everything's done? Ramal?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so here I put it all together in one slide here. One of the essential elements of a valid contract is a meeting of the minds. So offer and acceptance. This is page 216 and 217. I just put it in my own words here, how offer and acceptance works. And one of the essential elements of a valid contract is a meeting of the minds. This is where the parties to the contract are aware of and in agreement of all the terms of the contract. And this is done through the process of offer and acceptance. So how does this process exactly work? Well, first, the seller lists their property for sale at a certain agreed upon price, which you as the real estate agent help them come to that by doing a CMA for them, a comparative market analysis, right? Ultimately, it's the owner who has to determine how much their home is worth. So it is the owner who sets up that the asking price. They're the one that determines the asking price. Now, a buyer would then make we put that in the MLS, we put it on the market. A buyer then makes an offer at that full listing price, or perhaps another amount, which their broker then presents to the seller, their agent, within 24 hours. That agent then has to forward it to the owner. The seller then accepts the offer as it's written, or they reject it, or they can make a counter offer, which is essentially a rejection of the buyer's offer with the seller making a new offer back to them. So at this point, the buyer's free to walk away if that happens, because the seller essentially rejected their offer and made a new offer to them. But they could just walk away at this point because their offer was rejected. Or if the seller does make that counter offer, the buyer can either accept the offer, reject the offer, or they could counter the counter offer. And they could go back like this, back and forth until one of the parties agrees to the other's terms. And when they do that, and when they do agree to those final terms, it's said that they've come to a meeting of the minds. And the offer is accepted pending attorney review. So it's still not legally binding contract until it goes through attorney review and attorney review is concluded, or until 3 business days pass with no review being done. The contract becomes legally binding as it is. Now, in contract negotiations, when they're going back and forth, when is an offer technically considered accepted? When the last person who made an offer has been notified that their offer has been accepted. Now, this can be done verbally. It doesn't even need to be in writing. However, it's always suggested, and it's a good practice, to always follow up with getting it in writing. Otherwise, how are you going to send it off to the attorneys, and how are they going to know what the actual offer is and to review and make changes on? Right? So technically, it's not required to be in writing in order for the offer to be considered accepted. They just need to notify you when you're going back and forth in negotiations. You just say, okay, my client accepted your last offer, and then boom, it's accepted. So,
of course, anything in writing is always best.
It's a good practice to always follow up in getting it in writing, but for exam purposes, and exam purposes only really, technically, when is an offer considered accepted? When the last person who made an offer has been notified that the offer that they made has been accepted. That's it.
The last person.
So this is called counter offer when this happens, right?
Yeah, well, they're making counter offers back and forth to each other in negotiations, right? When you're negotiating, you keep going back and forth, back and forth. Well, how do we know when the offer's been accepted? When the other party tells you, we accept it.
That's right. How is you going to know if they accepted or not?
But it doesn't need to be in writing. The real estate The real estate agent, if a real estate agent, you're a representative, you're an agent of your client.
Everything has to be.
When you've been notified that your client's offer has been accepted, it's as if you told that client of mine directly themselves, because I have fiduciary duties to my clients. Anything that's told to me, I have a duty to report it back to my client, that, notice, right? So that is my fiduciary duty. So anything that has been told to me, in the eyes of the law, it's as if it was told to my client already as well.
Okay. What is my soda?
Is there any reason that sometimes buyers or seller tell real estate person, oh, don't tell buyer right now. Don't tell a seller right now for any scenario.
No, they're trying to get their offer accepted. Right? Are you negotiating in good faith? Do you plan on going through with this? Why wouldn't you want the seller to know about your offer? Right?
Right. Okay.
All right. So let's highlight the earnest money deposits. It's customary, but not essential, for a purchaser to provide a cash deposit or check when making an offer to purchase real estate. That cash deposit is commonly referred to as an earnest money or good faith deposit. So it gives evidence of the buyer's intention to carry out the terms of the contract. That deposit is then given to the broker, and the sales contract typically provides that the broker or seller's attorney would hold that deposit until closing. If the offer is not accepted, the earnest money is returned to that would-be buyer immediately. Credit card may not be used for an earnest money deposit. The amount of the deposit is a matter to be agreed upon between the parties. Once again, no earnest money deposit is required. Its contract would still be valid. So typically, it's about $1,000, at least $1,000 good faith deposit. But generally, the deposit should be sufficient enough to discourage the buyer from defaulting and to compensate the seller for taking the property off the market and to cover any expenses that the seller may incur if the buyer defaults. A purchase offer with no earnest money, however, is valid. So most contracts provide taking the property off the market and cover any expenses the seller may incur if the buyer. Oh, wait, we already had this on the previous page. So a purchase offer with no earnest money, however, is still valid. Some contracts provide that the deposit becomes the seller's property if the buyer defaults as liquidated damages. And of course, that's only in contracts where they had a liquidated damage agreement added to it. It's not a standard thing in all contracts.
Let me ask you one thing. We already had in previous chapter that talk about it. So if you sign it, if you contract, you can pay by credit card, right?
No.
Money order, right?
Money is acceptable, although I would not suggest it. This was chapter 3, by the way, that we went over that.
Yeah.
You could accept cash, personal checks, money orders, no credit cards.
No credit cards. Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Now, I always suggest don't accept cash, don't accept personal checks, don't accept money orders. I suggest only accepting a bank manager's check or certified check.
Oh, I see.
Which is like the cashier's checks and stuff, right?
To avoid a lot of drama. You know. A money order is you could go to the store to buy a money order, and the person that sold it to you sold you a washed, reused money order that was basically stolen. And they wash it and they reissue it. And you're not going to know that until months later, and that could cause problems. So,
Okay. And
so my
what are the two
personal-
things
Do
you
that
said?
with money orders.
What are
so
the
my
two things you
personal
said?
office policy is we don't accept money orders. And I advise my agents not to accept personal checks either, because sometimes they bounce.
Yeah.
And it could be for legitimate reasons, not other than the person being broke. It could be that they didn't transfer the money in time from the savings account to the checking account, but either way, it creates drama. Just have a bank manager's check or a certified check issued. Right?
Okay.
Cash, I don't
Thank
want them
you.
accepting, because what if you get mugged? You're responsible for it. What if some of the bills are counterfeit? It creates drama. We don't need it. Thing. So
Okay.
earnest money has to be deposited in a broker's escrow account within 5 business days. You call it a escrow or trust account. It's a bank account, means the same thing for other people's money. So the broker cannot commingle their own money in the escrow account with their client's personal funds. And the brokers definitely cannot use those funds for their own personal use. That's an illegal act known as conversion. Because when you spend your client's money, you're converting it to yours. So conversion. And cash deposits of $10,000 or more, we have an obligation of reporting it to the IRS. Another reason why we accept cash. Who the hell wants to communicate with the IRS?
Nobody.
Right?
No one. More than 10,000, right? You said?
Yeah, 10,000 or more. Even if it's close, if it's $9,999. If somebody's giving you that much cash to intentionally try to avoid the flagging and reporting to the IRS, do you know that that's a crime in itself?
Wow.
So even if it's close to 10,000, we're supposed to. But I couldn't tell you what form we got to fill out for that because I don't accept cash. You got a bank account? Isn't the cash sitting in your bank account, or you got it sitting in your pillow? I mean, where's the,
Right. Okay.
Just
No, you
get a
got to go
check.
to the bank and ask for a
Yeah.
cashier's check.
Yeah, get a check. I don't need cash. Get a check. We don't need a duffel bag full of money here.
Right.
I don't want to be responsible for that type of money.
Damn straight. I
Especially
mean,
if it's not mine.
somebody sees you walking out of a bank with a duffel bag full of cash, they're gonna knock you over the head.
Mhm.
All right. So, earnest money deposits, sometimes referred to as good faith deposit. It's the money the buyer puts down when they make that offer. It shows the buyer's operating in good faith and plans to complete the transaction. An offer is still valid even if made without any good faith deposit, which is customarily at least $1,000.
Mhm.
The buyer is asking the seller to take their property off the market when they make an offer. So they want to make sure that that deposit is large enough to show they're serious in their intentions to purchase.
Correct.
If the seller rejects the offer, that earnest money deposit is then immediately returned to the would-be buyer. If the offer is accepted, the money will be credited towards the buyer's purchase price.
Mhm.
If the buyer breaches the contract, the seller could possibly make a claim to keep it because they weren't operating in good faith or what have you. Both parties would have to agree to that, and if they don't, only a judge could decide who gets the money. The brokers or attorneys cannot release the funds to anybody without both parties agreeing on who to give it to. If they can't agree to that, then only a judge can.
Mhm.
And if there was a liquidated damage agreement added to the contract, which specified the earnest money would serve as damages, then they could take it.
Mhm.
Now, the brokers must deposit any money given by our clients into that escrow or trust account that's used only for keeping our clients' money in for short periods of time. It must be deposited within 5 business days of acceptance, not the offer being accepted, but within 5 business days of the money being accepted from our client.
Mhm.
Any cash deposit or $10,000 or more must be reported to the IRS and accompanied by whatever specific form they require to be submitted along with it for reporting. And the broker is required to keep all escrow records and bank records and deposit slips and withdrawals and all that stuff for
6
for
years.
6 years. Everything is 6 years, except for two items, which only need to be kept for 6 months, and that is
For document the
6 months, 6 months.
yeah.
they
the
don't
brokers,
reach the close.
brokers need to keep all records for 6 years, except for two things, which they only need to keep for 6 months: unaccepted offers that were made and they were just rejected, never got to contract,
Yeah, no.
or expired listings.
6 months. Expired listing 6 months.
Yep.
Months.
Okay. So the meeting of the minds is when all the parties are in agreement on all the terms, all the details of the contract. Now, the school exam, that meeting of the minds definition varies slightly. It is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method, because they're only focusing on the money. But the broader definition of a meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. They're aware of all the terms and they're in agreement of all the terms. So school exam focuses more on the money. When the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Like I said in the earlier chapter when we brought this up, this has been in many chapters so far. We brought up meeting of the minds. When how they coming up with the rest of the cash. Kickback is giving anything of value to an unlicensed person. An example of that would be giving a friend money or a gift in exchange for a lead for somebody who you know is going to sell their house, or a buyer. This also includes rebates to sellers, because that's illegal in New Jersey still. We can't give rebates to sellers, only to buyers. You want to give a rebate to seller, cut your commission at the beginning.
Who's doing that?
Only the buyers of a primary residence can legally receive rebates. Therefore, it's not a kickback, because you need to have it in writing from the start of your working relationship with them that you're going to be offering a rebate, how much that rebate's going to be, and advise them to consult with a tax professional about the possible tax consequences of receiving the rebate. And the rebate can only be paid in the form of a credit or check at closing by the closing agent, not us, as a direct deduction from our commission before we even get paid. And closing gifts to buyers should be limited in value. Try to keep it lower, like around $25 or so that it can in no way be perceived as a
So kickback is like a gift, right?
Kickback is anything of value. It could be money. It could be a gift. It's giving anything of value to somebody who did nothing in the transaction.
Right.
And first of all, when it comes to paying people, who can you pay?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Yes, the real estate, yeah, nobody.
So the point is kind of moot. You can't pay anybody anyway. So when it comes to paying, whether you call it a kickback or something else, you know you're doing something wrong because you're not supposed to be paying anybody. Right?
That's why you kept saying, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it when she was talking.
Yeah. That's a kickback. Money to an unlicensed person in exchange for a lead. It's kickback.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Oh, yeah.
So what are the parts of a sales contract that are essential, that must be in every contract? On page 218, this is. The contract has to be in writing. You have to have competent parties. There has to be an agreement to buy and to sell. That's offer and acceptance. There has to be an adequate description of the property that's being sold. The consideration, that's the full purchase price, whether it's legal tender, exchange of value, or love and affection, if it's a gift. The grantor's agreement to convey the property, the place and time of closing should be stated, and signatures with initials on every single page of that contract so nobody can swap out one of the pages. Here are the non-essential parts of a valid contract. Often we see these things in sales contracts, but they're not required or needed for every particular situation or contract. So that's why they're non-essential. Encumbrances to which the deed will be made subject to, like deed restrictions. Okay. Does every property have deed restrictions? No. But those that do, you would add that in. But it's not essential because not every property has them. The earnest money deposit, that's like standard. It's on our contracts all the time. But is it required to have a good faith deposit? No. Contract's still valid without it. So therefore, that makes it non-essential. Mortgage financing and buyer plans to obtain. Can they pay cash? In the mortgage financing, that mortgage contingency clause is not essential. Yet we do find it in all of our standard contracts. If it doesn't apply to your situation, cross it out and have the party's initial next to it because you crossed it out because they're buying cash. The date of possession by the buyer, at closing, for example. Title evidence. We don't need to make that as part of the contract. What form of title evidence that the seller produced? Prorations and adjustments, those final mathematics that are done at the days before the closing. That's not added into the sales contract. Those are on different documents. Destruction of the premises, although our standard contracts dictate what happens in the event the property burns down while we're under contract or it gets damaged for some other reason. It's not a requirement to be in every contract. What happens in the event of default by either party? That's standard in our contracts, but it's not required for every contract. A notation about final walkthroughs, allowing us to do the buyers to do a final walkthrough. We don't have to specifically write that in the contract. We just do it anyway. And contingencies, any other contingencies that may be added, like a contingency is a happening which the contract is dependent upon or subject to. So this is a condition of the contract. Basically, do contracts have to have all kinds of conditions within them? No. So therefore, it's not essential to make a contract valid.
Okay.
When we do submit contracts, we should submit them as contingency free as possible.
I forgot what is contingency means.
It's a happening in which the contract is dependent upon. You could have a mortgage contingency. This purchase is contingent upon me being able to get the mortgage loan to buy this property. If I can't get the loan, I don't got to go through with it, and I'm not in breach of contract. This property, the purchase of this property is contingent upon the buyer getting a home inspection. There could be a lot of contingencies. This property is contingent upon the sale of my current home because I can't afford a mortgage payment on 2 houses. So my purchase of this property is contingent upon the sale of my other one. These are all kinds of contingencies you could add in. Or if you got relatives that are helping you with the money to purchase the property. This property is, the purchase of this property is contingent upon all these family members, you should list all their family members' names, giving the approval of this purchase. I think it's a better idea, instead of you writing that in as a contingency, to get them through the property before you actually write up the contract. But I understand that sometimes there's more family members that you couldn't get in there. Then you could write one or two of them down there as a contingency upon their approval because they're helping with the money to buy the house. Okay. I had this situation once where now this is something that you could see with anybody. Anybody can have family members that are helping you with the money to buy a house. But by far, I see this more in the Indian community, where you get extended family even that they're helping out by giving money to help buy the house or just help with the closing cost or down payments. But either way, they're helping out with money. So I've had a situation where we're over there and it's a young couple that just got married. They're buying their first house. I'm putting a contract together and I'm asking, what are we doing for the financing here? You guys are getting a mortgage loan? Oh, we got family members helping out with this. But they need to see the house first. And I'm like, well, how many people are we talking here? And they started rattling off all these names. And keep in mind, these were Indian names, so there was some long, like, for me, it's like trying to pronounce it. Like, if you asked me to spell half of these names off the top of my head, I would get them. I would spell every one of them wrong. You know, so now I'm trying to write down what all their names are, and it's like, you know what, we ain't doing this. How about this? Can you contact all these people so we can get them all to see the house on the same day? And I'm going to set up an appointment that we could go back in there and show the house to all of them. And they said, yeah. I was like, well, then let's do that, because if you submit a contract with a contingency that a mile long of people have to give their approval of this purchase, otherwise you could get out of this contract, the seller's going to be like, are you freaking crazy? So I said, let's arrange that we could get them all through the property first, and then they could all just give their nod right then and there, and then we don't need to write them on the contract as a contingency, right? So that's what we did. 3 carloads of people I took to the house and showed 3 carloads of people the house. And then there were still 2 more people, but they were driving down from Canada.
Wow.
So the rate in the contract contingent upon these 2 relatives' names that were driving from Canada, giving their approval because they're helping with the money for the purchase.
Wow.
But look, 2 names is a lot better than 3 carloads of names, right?
Of course.
So, it's more realistic. I mean, just look at it from a seller's perspective. If you've seen a list of like 20 names, that this contract is contingent upon 20 people giving their approval. Any of them say no, boom, you're not in breach of contract and you can get out. No, I'm not accepting that. I'm not taking my property off the market for that. Sorry. Get them through first. So that's what I ended up doing. I'm just giving you guys the heads up. Even though any culture, anybody can have family members that help with that, I see it a lot more. I'm talking a lot more within the Indian community, where their relatives and extended relatives will help each other with money for the purchase. Does this happen with every Indian family? No, but I see it a lot within the Indian community. Just be aware.
It is like a co-signer, right? Co-signer when you buy the car, somebody's helping you out. That's a co-signer. It's the same way over here.
Yeah, but they're not, in most cases, they're not even getting a loan. They're buying all cash. It's the relatives are giving them the money to buy it.
Oh, okay.
So you got the parents, the aunts, the uncles, the distant relatives, like all these people as a family unit digging money together to help them buy a home. And then hopefully later on down the road, if there's another relative that needs to buy a home, they're going to kick in as well to help them. This is actually how a lot of Indian families became business owners. Extended family members will help purchase the businesses. Like a lot of times they don't even take business loans. They just get the family members all kick in to buy the business. And I don't know what the agreement is, whether they're paying them back or they're just paying it forward. I'm not sure how that works, but I see it all the time. Look, here's an example. One of my friends was a superintendent of a huge apartment complex with hundreds of units. and he had to go and paint the room in one of the apartments. And he's like, "Come with me while I paint it." He's like, "You got to check this out." And I go there to check it out, and I'm looking at this apartment, and there are mattresses everywhere on the floor in the apartment. Okay, you got tons of people. You got way more people living there that should be living there. Okay, and he's like, "Yeah," and only one of them drives. So they got one vehicle. It's a minivan, and this guy's job is to drive everybody to work every day and to pick them up from work every day. That's his sole job. And then you've got some people, they're working at the businesses that they own. You know, a convenience store. One of them's working at a gas station. You know, one of them is a doctor. You know, and it's like they're from like all different kinds of classes, all of them together, so that they could save their money, so they could send it back to India and bring more relatives over. You know, so that, you know, there's all kinds of arrangements that I've seen, you know, personally, that I've witnessed, you know, and that's just another example of it. But, you know, hell, I wish my family and my extended family helped me out like that when it came time to start a business or buy a house. We don't get support my family, you know, amongst my family. You know, you may think that many people got close families, but they don't get that kind of support, you know. But it's actually nice to see. It's a very interesting way that they do these things. But, you know, I guess family is very important. Family comes first. They help extended family. They do things this way, you know. Now, once again, I can't say all Indian people do this, but I do see it a lot. Okay.
Right.
See, in the real estate business, we need to be aware of cultural differences and things that happen in certain cultures. Now, don't start stereotyping that it's everybody, you know, within that culture, but you see this a lot more in certain cultures. That's the same thing about like the knowing about Feng Shui and Vastu. With some people, it matters what direction the front door faces. You know, it could be for different reasons. It could be because somebody follows Feng Shui principles, or it could be for Vastu. You know, which once again, that's big in the Indian community, the Vastu thing. Now, do all Indians follow Vastu? No. I've had Indian people say, "I never heard of such a thing. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life." This is an Indian person saying it, but yet a lot of Indian people follow these principles. You know, it doesn't matter what you think of it. You just need to be aware of what's important to them. So you need to ask these questions when working with buyers or sellers, for that matter. You know, but mostly with buyers. What's important to you? Does it matter which direction the front door faces? Do you have family or anybody else that needs to give the approval of this purchase, or are you guys purchasing this property on your own? You know, we need to find out, because it makes a difference in how we write up these contracts, because we would have to write up and add a clause that could help them. So it's very important to be aware of these things in real estate. Okay, I said enough about that. Let's move on. So signatures of witnesses. That's not a required element of a contract, but yet you as the real estate agent, you would normally be the witness. At the last page of the contract, you're signing that. Here, let me pull up the contracts. Here's a standard sales contract.
Rick, I'm going to run to the restroom and I'll be right back.
All right.
So while you're doing it, can I just ask you one question?
Shoot. All right,
Okay.
hold on a second. Let me mute this.
Yeah, go.
All right, so here's a sales contract, one of our typical sales contracts, and on here you could see that the last page of the sales contract is the signature lines with the for the buyer and the seller with the date, and to the left of that is a witness.
Don't see that.
This is where a witness can sign. Now, is a contract valid if a witness does not sign? Yeah, it is. But
Are we supposed to be looking at a contract?
you are supposed to be looking at a contract. Why you don't look at a contract? So let me put it on screen then. How about now? Can you see the
Yeah,
contract?
now we can
Yeah,
see.
we
Yeah.
didn't see it
See,
before.
you gotta let me know what you're seeing, because I don't always remember
I
that.
said,
That's why
I
you're
said,
like, is
what-
this here? And I'm like, wait, that's not what I'm seeing.
yeah, even I said, where is that?
So as you can see over here, here's where all the buyers, all the sellers would sign and date the contract, right?
Yeah.
And then over here is where you got the signature lines for witnesses. They witness those signatures. Now, a contract is still valid if it's only signed by buyers and sellers without any witness signature. The witness signature would usually be us as real estate agents anyway, because hey, you might as well get them to sign it and then you get there and sign it. I actually use the witness line to sign my name because a lot of times we have duplicate originals we need to provide. So we're preparing several contracts. And we make sure that they were all initialed on the bottom of every page of the contract. See, there's initial lines on the bottom of every page of a contract. You see that?
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that the bottoms of every page of the contract have been initialed by everybody.
Yeah.
And the last page of the contract. So what I'll do is I'll prepare the contracts, I'll put them in stacks, and I'll be like, okay, so you need to initial the bottom of all these pages, and then this last page sign here. And then, so we pass it around for everybody to sign and initial. And then when I get it back, I review it. I make sure every page was initialed, every page was signed where it needed to be. And then I will sign that package, that contract package. And
As a
I'll put it
witness.
together,
As a witness.
put it off to the side. And now I'll take the next stack of the contract, the next contract, and then I'll send that around. I'll highlight all the areas even where you need to initial and sign, and then I pass it around, and then I review it, and then by going over it to make sure that nobody missed any initials or signatures anywhere, and then I'll sign next to the witness line once I've reviewed that contract to make sure everything has been signed and initialed where it needed to be. And then I'll clip it and I'll put that stack together. So the witness signature, I usually use that as a way to make sure that I already had checked this contract package to make sure it was initialed and signed everywhere before I put my John Hancock there to make it official. But it's still official even without my signature. But, you know, it makes it look more official to the people too. Oh, yeah, let me get over here. Get my signature ready, right? Make it official. Sign as the witness, even though my signature is not really required on that contract. All right. So there's other contingencies that could be added to contracts. Like anytime somebody's getting an FHA or VA loan. I know we didn't go over types of loans yet, but anytime somebody's getting a FHA or VA loan, a special amendatory clause must be added to the contract. But if you're not going to add that clause in the contract, you could add it as a separate addenda. So it's usually now a separate page that we just print and we just add it to the contract. So that's why it's an addenda. If it was just a clause we wrote in the contract, it would be a mandatory clause because it's an amendment. All right. But it's required by federal law to be added to every contract where buyer is getting the financing through FHA or VA loan. And does anybody recall what the purpose of that special amendatory clause is? Because I think we mentioned it before.
Which one?
The special amendatory clause that needs to be added to all contracts when the buyer is using financing from the FHA or VA loan.
Special.
Okay, it basically says that if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. That's what that addenda says. So what is the purpose of that special amendatory clause that must be added to all sales contracts when you're getting an FHA or VA loan? That if the house does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Let's see, we also have contingency clauses for this purchase is subject to an engineering report. An escape clause. An escape clause is when a buyer has another house they need to sell before they could go through with this purchase. We usually, in those situations, we as real estate agents, we like to coincide closing dates so that they occur within the same month. This way, a buyer will not have to make a mortgage payment on two separate houses in the same month. If we managed to close on the sale of both of them within the same month. But that's not always possible. So we could try to arrange the dates so that that could occur. And we would add an escape. And if that happens, where the buyer says, this purchase is subject to the sale of my current home at 123 Main Street. Okay. You'd also have to add in there, is the property even on the market? Is it under contract? And is there an anticipated closing date? So now if the seller agrees to those terms that you're going to purchase their property, but it's subject to the sale of your home, if I'm the listing agent, I'm gonna be telling the seller, hey, if you accept this, insist that they add an escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. Well, what is that? And who does it protect?
Seller.
The seller.
Seller.
A kick-out clause, escape clause, kick-out or knockout clause, it basically says this: we will accept your offer to purchase our house that's contingent on the sale of your house. However, we're allowed to continue marketing the property for sale, to keep it on the market. And in the event we find another buyer before you're ready to close on your property and remove this contingency, we're going to come back to you and ask you if you can remove the contingency. If not, we can kill the contract with you so that we can accept another offer that came in writing and not be in breach of contract.
Wow. That was a lot going on right there.
It's really pretty simple. It's just I used a lot of words for it. So
Right.
you got a buyer, they made an offer on your house, but they got to sell their house first. The seller can accept that offer. However, they're going to be hanging there for the longest time waiting for you to close, unless the seller insists on the buyer adding a clause to the contract that says that allows the seller to continue marketing it for sale. And if they find a buyer who puts in an offer in writing, they could accept that offer, but not until they come to you first and ask if you're prepared to remove that contingency so that you can continue with the purchase. Because you were here first, we're giving you the first right of refusal. Are you ready to buy the property? Are you ready to remove that contingency that's based on the purchase of your home? If you're not, then we're going to kill the deal with you so that we can accept the other one. That's all it says.
That would be the smart way to do, because he's going to move in and make.
So, who does the escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause, protect?
Seller.
Seller.
Seller. And then liquidated damages, that's another contingency, or it's another contingency that can be added to contracts. Basically says if the seller or if the buyer violates the terms of the contract or breaches it, they could be financially liable to the other party. You could add a short sale contingency. This sale is subject to the seller's lender's approval or a court approval, third-party approval. Subject to family members' approvals when they're helping with the money to purchase. Subject to zoning or building permits for us to get that property for the intended purpose that we want to use it for. You said it's mixed use. We could live in it and also have it for business. Well, if we're not able to do that, then we don't want it. Okay, so that could be a contingency adding. So what is a contingency? Write the term subject to next to that, because contingencies are usually added to contracts with the wording subject to. This purchase is subject to fill in the blank after, some kind of contingency. Subject to the property appraising for the purchase price. That's the requirement for the FHA and VA loans. Subject to a stipulation that the buyer can do a final walkthrough of the property before settlement. Subject to the seller getting the certificate of occupancy and the fire inspection. subject to a home inspection, subject to a pest termite inspection, subject to getting a pool specialist to inspect the condition of the pool. Subject to the termination of my lease or the sale of my current home. Okay, and here's that escape clause, also known as a kick out or knockout clause that protects the seller. That's what I wrote here in the margin. Escape, kick out, knockout clause protects the seller. And then I highlighted it here.
Escape, kickback, kick out,
It's a escape, kick out, or
knockout,
knockout clause.
protect the seller.
Excuse me.
Escape clause is like a
Escape, kick out, and knockout clause do the same thing. It's when a buyer has another house that they need to sell first. The seller just is asking that they're allowed to continue marketing the property for sale. And if they get an offer in writing before the buyer's ready to close and remove that as a contingency, then they could cancel the contract to accept the other one. So they don't have to be indefinitely out there waiting for this buyer to sell their house. Okay, everybody got those highlights in those notes?
Yeah.
Let me throw out there the after lunch attendance poll, by the way. And while I got that out there,
I did it.
Contract is dependent on subject to
there's an attendance poll out there. If everybody can answer it, there's one person that did not, so I'm gonna keep it out there just for a moment longer.
Oh, I did it.
Yeah, you did. It's not for you. If you did it, you're good.
Yeah, I did it.
This is for whoever did not. Okay. I'll wait 20 more seconds and then I'll flush the poll. Jan Alex, you there?
I'm gonna get the ice.
Guess not. See, this is why we do the polls. See people if they're actually even partially listening or paying attention. All right, so contingency is a happening in which the contract is dependent on or subject to. And if the terms are met, they could get out of the contract without being in breach. So agents should address and remove contingencies as soon as possible. You have that FHA that subject to an appraisal. It's required for FHA and VA loans. That's the purpose of the special contingency clause that says if the property does not appraise for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Subject to a home inspection, a licensed New Jersey home inspector. Okay, so I also have the link here to that where you could verify an inspector's license in New Jersey. I gave that out to you guys the other day too. Subject to the buyer getting a mortgage loan. Subject to an approval by a family member that's helping with the money. Subject to the purchase the purchase being subject to the sale of the buyer's current home or them getting out of their current lease if they're renting. And then in which case an escape, kick out, or knockout clause can be added by the seller. Expiration of the buyer's lease. A use permit for the property, subject to building permits for construction. If they're not able to get it, then they don't have to go through with the purchase. Or subject to third-party approval, like with short sales, bankruptcy sales, estate sales. You need the lender or bank or court's approval. All right, liquidated damages. We already had this slide. We learned about it, so I'm not going to go over it again. You guys already highlighted it. If you did not, go to page 219 now and highlight it.
Good to go. 200.
New Jersey has a plain language requirement that all of our sales contracts must use words that are common in the everyday English language that do not have a separate legalese meaning to them. Now, the kicker is that only applies to properties valued under $50,000, so it probably doesn't apply to most purchases these days. That's why it's like a blurb in the book now. It's like 2 lines with the plain language requirement. It used to be a half a page explanation. Now it's like a 2-page, 2-liner requirement. Because what properties are under $50,000 these days, right?
No.
In New Jersey.
She said.
All right. Here's this slide. We've seen it many times. Excuse me. Slide we've seen many times about the right of rescission. What is a right of rescission? It's your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So the rescission periods for sales contracts deal with new construction only, except for the 3-day attorney review period, which deals with both new construction and the resale of existing properties. So, yes. So there's a 7-day right of rescission for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents that are new construction. Remember, we did that with the timeshare sales and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You got that 7-day right of rescission for in-state developments for new construction, where there's at least 100 units or more, or if it's less than 100 units, but not less than 10 in the complex, they have a 7-day right of rescission if they share common area elements like a condo does, you know, the stairwells, basements, hallways, swimming pools, tennis courts, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a 5-day right of rescission for new construction, which can be just a single standalone building, for the discovery of off-site conditions. Remember, something on someone else's property? This only deals with new construction. Existing properties do not have a similar right of rescission. And then when it comes to the mortgage loans and financing, there's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property, where you could back out of the contract and change your mind within 3 days after you sign it. There is no right of rescission whatsoever for purchase money mortgages. What is a purchase money mortgage? If we read it backwards, it's mortgage money to purchase. So that's basically any loan used to buy real estate. There's no right of rescission. After you sign on a dotted line, you got it. That loan is yours. You can't back out of it. Because what happens when you buy the property? What happens to the money? What happens to that mortgage money? It goes to pay off the seller's existing balance of their loan, right? It goes to pay the realtor's commissions. That money gets split so many different ways. It's impossible to claw it back. So there's no right of rescission. After you sign on that dotted line, that is yours. Okay. So this is Just want to get this slide number. Give me one sec here. Purchase money mortgage.
Seven days, 5 days, 3 days. 3 days, both new construction. 5 days. Condition.
All right.
So in this case, buyer cannot go back. This is finalized. This is done.
These are your deadlines of when you can rescind your offer, when you could cancel, when you could take back your offer, how you could undo it. There are certain limitations. We call that the right of rescission. These are the rescission periods.
Okay.
And they all deal with new construction when it comes to sales contracts, the purchase contract. You have 7-day right of rescission for new construction for out-of-state and in-state developments. There's 5-day right of rescission for off-site conditions. And there's a 3-day right of rescission for attorney review. That's for new construction or resale of existing properties. For mortgage loan contracts, there's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property that you already own. And there's no right of rescission at all for purchase money mortgages. These are any loan used to buy real estate, which also includes seller financing. So we could do these highlights here on page 219 and 220 here. 220. No right of rescission applies to mortgage loan that is used for the purchase of real estate. However, borrowers have 3 days to cool off, that is, to cancel a loan if it's for refinancing the property. And I just wrote purchase money mortgage over where it says for the purchase of real estate.
Purchase.
New Jersey plan.
So newly formed common interest communities in New Jersey, like condos and co-ops and subdivided property, the purchaser may rescind the sales contract for any reason within 7 calendar days after signing. But that does not apply to the resales, only the initial sale.
New property, newly formed common.
Okay, I'll go to page 220 as well. Under option agreements, we're just going to highlight the title, option agreements. And on the last line, in New Jersey, they should be prepared by attorneys, and just draw a line from that. Option agreements should be prepared by attorneys in New Jersey. Those are those unilateral contracts where somebody has an option to buy or an option to do something. Land contract. All right, this is new. This is not something where we're going over again. This is something new. Let's just highlight it here. I have better definition on the next slide. So you're just going to highlight this on page 220 under land contracts, the first sentence. And then in the next paragraph where it says equitable title, and that following sentence after that.
Done. Done.
Everybody got it?
Yes.
All right, so here's my slide pertaining to land contracts, which you'll get on exam as well. You need to know what a land contract is. Not to be confused with a ground lease. Okay, ground lease we're going to learn about in the next chapter. That's where you could rent somebody's land and then construct a building on it. It's usually a long-term lease. A land contract is another type of seller financing, sometimes known as an installment sales contract. It's like a lease to own,
Okay.
rent to own. Except the owner does not give you the deed. They don't give you the ownership of the property until you paid off the full amount owed. You know, because there's different types of seller financing. In this seller financing of a land contract, the owner does not give you the deed, turning over the ownership to you until you paid off the full amount you agreed to pay them.
Mhm.
That could be the full amount of the purchase price, or that could be a full amount up to a certain dollar amount, at which point you're going to get a mortgage loan and then you're going to pay off the balance with a mortgage loan. So, and that's when they'll sign the deed off to you. Okay. Either way, the seller got to get paid off before you get the deed. Okay. So until the buyer pays off the full amount, you don't get the ownership. However, they do have a financial interest in the property through those periodic payments that you've been making to the owner towards that ownership, called equitable title. So what is equity? Equity is the built-in value in a property. Title is ownership. So built-in value towards the ownership, equitable title. So even though you don't yet own the property, you don't own the real estate, you do have a financial interest towards the ownership. So if at any point that buyer fails to continue making the payments, the seller doesn't need to go through the long, drawn-out, expensive hassle of foreclosure because you're not the owner. However, it's easier to get you out than having to go through foreclosure. It's harder to get you out than a regular renter, though, because you have a financial interest in that property, that equitable title.
Mm-hmm.
So it's harder to get you out than a renter, easier to get you out than an owner who they need to foreclose on. So equity is that difference between the market value and what's owed on the property. Equitable title is that equity that you've built up towards the ownership, even though you're not the owner yet. Okay. So, what is a land contract? It's a type of seller financing where the seller does not turn over the ownership to the renter until they paid off the full amount owed. In your typical seller financing, the seller turns over the ownership of the property to the buyer, and the buyer makes payments. If they default, then they got to get foreclosed on. They got to go through the foreclosure process. With a land contract, they don't have to go through foreclosure because you don't own it. They didn't give you the ownership. So it's more attractive for the seller, and it's something the buyer may want who may be having trouble getting your typical financing or a mortgage loan. They're offering seller financing. Okay?
Yes.
You will get questions about this on exam, the land contract. You need to know it's a type of seller financing, also known as an installment sales contract, where the buyer doesn't get the deed until they pay off the full amount owed. But they do have a financial interest in that property called
Equitable title.
Equitable title. Yep.
Okay.
All right. And so there's a lot of things that we need to do to prepare a sales contract. We're done with this chapter now. There's a lot of things you need to do to prepare a sales contract. So here are some of the links that show you the information you need to gather, like you'll need to have several browser windows open when preparing sales contracts for buyers. You're going to need to have that contract form system open if you're using the standard contract form system that most agencies use that are provided through our Realtor Dues, through Zip Forms. But your brokerage may have their own contract form system. I don't know. I bought this domain name, which points to this njrforms.com, because it's easier for me to remember than njrealtor.com/zipform. Okay, and less to type. We're going to need to have a window open with the tax records for the property from the MLS. We're going to need to open up the MLS listing of the property to at least be able to print that out or copy and paste information from it into the contract. We're going to have to gather the license numbers of all the agents as well as their brokerages and the address and all that stuff. And we could get that through the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's database, which I have a couple shortcuts here, that domain names I bought, njreclicense.com and njrealestatelicensesearch.com. You could get them from there. You could have the because we have to put license numbers on contracts now. Your license number, your brokerage's license number, and the address of your brokerage, and the other brokerage as well. And in order to get all that information, we got to look it up in the database. You need a pre-qualification or pre-approval letter from the lender, or if it's a cash purchase, a proof of funds letter from the buyer's lender. The buyer's deposit check will be needed, so we get a photocopy of that, whether it's a certified funds, bank manager's check, or whatever, personal check, so that we could submit along with our offer showing that we are in receipt of that deposit money that the buyer made. If the property was built prior to 1978, you're going to need to get a copy of the lead paint addendum from the listing agency that was already filled out by the owner. And this would then you give it to the buyer to fill out. You're going to need a copy of that seller's property condition disclosure report already filled out by the seller. The listing agent should post both the lead paint addendums and seller property condition disclosures that have been filled out by the owner in the MLS so that you could just open it up and already review it. If they didn't put it there, you're going to need to call up the listing agent, tell them that you're putting an offer together, and you're going to need a copy of the lead paint addendum and the seller's property condition disclosure, and give them your email address or fax number so that they could send it to you. You're going to need to learn who the buyer and seller's attorney's information is, who the buyer and seller's attorneys are, so that if the offer gets accepted, we could start that review within 3 business days of acceptance. You're going to need a mortgage commitment letter that's going to need to be produced within 30 to 45 days of the date of the contract. And the closing date will typically put down 60 days from the date of the contract that you're preparing. Never leave blank lines on a contract. If something is not needed, just write NA. It's not applicable. Contracts must state the amount of down payment that the buyer is making, as well as any good faith deposit amount, customarily $1,000, however, not mandatory. We're going to need to know what kind of loan they're using. And we're going to need that mortgage pre-approval letter or pre-qualification letter at minimum. Because on there, it'll tell you what kind of loan it is and how much money they need to put down. Conventional loans, it's typically 20%, but it could be less, could be more too. FHA loans typically require 3.5% down payment, but your buyer could be making a larger down payment. You got to ask them, but you know it's going to be a minimum of 3.5%, because that's the minimum down payment requirement for FHA loans. If they're a veteran and they're getting a VA loan, no down payment is required at all, because the VA guarantees 25% of the loan. It's as if the veteran's putting down 25%, even though they're not putting down 25%. You know, if you've got somebody who's purchasing a property saying, hey, the United States government is guaranteeing 25% of this loan, you can be pretty sure that it's going to be covered. Okay. So you don't have to stress anything there with that veteran. So the veteran themselves can put no money down, because there's a 25% guarantee that in the event they default, that the government's going to cover that. So the VA loans are typically 100% financing, but you need to ask the veteran because they may be putting some money down, because if they don't put any money down, their mortgage payment's still going to be higher because you're financing more, right?
Mhm.
The more money you put down, the less you got to borrow.
Mhm.
You could ask for a seller's concession. You could add that to the contract. What is a concession? What does it mean to concede something? To
And
concede,
cancel.
concede.
Oh,
Look,
so, hide.
To concede. An example of that is, say we have two politicians, they're in a political race against each other. And they do, all the votes come in, but all the votes are not quite counted yet, but enough of them are counted that we know that there's no way that I could possibly win this election. So often what the politicians will do, they'll concede the election. Instead of waiting for every last vote to come in, once it becomes apparent that you're not winning, they concede the election. That means that they're giving it up to the other party. Okay. Although we found in recent years it's not a good idea to do that because a lot of times people fudge the votes and things happen. If you just give it up, well, then they won automatically by default. But either way, regardless, conceding a concession when it comes to real estate transactions is when the seller gives up money to the buyer to help pay the closing costs or cover some repairs. It's any money that the seller gives up to the buyer, whether it's for repairs or closing costs. Now, typically, there are maximum amounts that a seller can concede to a buyer, and that depends on the type of loan that they're getting. So the maximum seller concession allowed for an FHA or VA loan is 6% of the loan amount. 6% of the loan amount. And for conventional loans, it's 3% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, but the loan amount. Your closing costs are typically range between 2 to 3% of the purchase price. That's a guesstimate, an educated guesstimate. You like that made up word I made?
Yeah, guesstimate.
Yeah, I guesstimated it. All right. You guys may want to snap a picture of this slide because
I think I did.
although I'm sure this stuff is somewhere in the mortgage chapters, I got it all here on one slide here for you. It's very convenient.
1 minute. Let me just take this one. Come on. Okay.
How much is for commercial property down payment?
That depends on the commercial lender because commercial lenders are private lenders typically. They could require low down payments depending on your credit score, depending on your assets, depending on a lot of things, But typically for commercial transactions, it's a 25 to 30% down payment requirement.
Yeah, that's a area.
Yeah.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of do re mi you got to come up with, right?
Yeah.
Or look, they could be as low as a 3% down payment. Okay, everybody got those notes or those pictures?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so the seller's concession, how do you ask for it in a sales contract? Well, you could put in there something like buyers requesting a seller concession up to 3% towards the buyer's closing cost and prepaids. This is a concession and not a loan. What are prepaids? Prepaids are prepaid interest on the loan. So if I were just to say buyers requesting a seller concession up to 3% towards the buyer's closing cost, if the closing costs are only 2%, they don't get the full 3%. The seller gets to keep the rest of that money. They're only giving up 2. But if I word it this way, that the buyer is requesting a seller's concession up to 3% towards the buyer's closing costs and prepaid interest on your loan, then you get the full 3%, because whatever is not needed for the closing costs will get applied towards interest on your loan, interest payments on your loan. It's a crafty way of writing it up. It's usually caught and they usually don't let it through, but sometimes you do get it through and you get one over on the seller. Okay, if it's a short sale, how do we ask for that? Well, for my short sales, I got a legal page document that's this long with all kinds of things that I add in because I did so many short sales in my time. I've got all kinds of things that I put in my short sale clauses. It's a whole document, it's an addendum. But it could be as simple as you putting a paragraph or a line in there in the contract that says, this is a short sale. The purchase price and commission is subject to third-party approval. Now, only if the seller specifies the buyer is responsible for obtaining the CO and fire inspection certificates will you write in the contract that the buyer is responsible for obtaining CO and fire certs. And of course, if the buyer has to sell their current home before purchasing the next one, I came up with a name for the clause because there's no official name for the clause. I call it the buyer's home sale contingency clause. There's actually a form for it now, but you could just write purchase subject to the sale of buyer's current home, and you give the address, which is currently under contract with an anticipated closing date of whatever. That's a right way to write it in. Or if it's subject to the relative's approval because they're helping with the money for the purchase price, you would write purchase subject to the buyer's relatives. Then you've got to put all their names there, viewing the home and approving the purchase. They will be contributing the money towards the purchase price. So that's a contingency now that you just added. Let's take a look at what this official home sale contingency clause looks like now. I got it in the shared Google Drive. Take a look at it. See what it looks like here. Addendum regarding buyer's property sale contingency. This contract is contingent upon the sale of the buyer's property on or before a certain date. If buyer's property is not under contract, If closing on buyer's property is delayed. All right, so look at that. They made instead of you coming up with your own wording, they came up with a home buyer sale contingency clause here that you could use this one. All right.
Mm-hmm. I'm confused in this chapter.
And that's the end of this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review.
Woo.
Ready? Ready, Freddie?
One question. For foreclosure, we can use for anything, even if his renter doesn't pay the payment, like interest, everything, right?
No. Foreclosure is a legal process in the state of New Jersey. Foreclosure is a judicial proceeding. It is the way that a lien holder can gain possession of the property that was pledged as collateral for the loan. And then they could turn it over to the sheriff's department, who could sell it at auction so that they could get their money back. If there's leftover money in addition to that, it goes back to the property owner who was foreclosed on, because that's their equity.
So the slide number 62, it says if the buyer fails to continue making payments, the seller does not need to go through the hassle of foreclosure. foreclosure because the buyer doesn't own the property, but it's harder to get them out than a simpler renter.
Correct. So we're not using foreclosure.
Does not need to go through foreclosure.
Foreclosures only used against property owners.
Okay.
This is somebody who's renting the property and making additional payments towards purchasing it. But they're not the owner because the deed was not given to them yet.
Okay,
See,
so they're not using the
in a
foreclosure.
typical home purchase, doesn't matter where you get the financing from, whether you're getting it from a bank or you're getting it from the seller financing.
Mhm.
Your typical purchase, the seller will sign over the deed to the buyer. In exchange, they get the loan, the money from your lender, right? So they get paid off that way. And you're going to be making mortgage payments to your lender. But you could also be making, instead of getting money from the lender to turn over to the seller, you can instead make mortgage payments to the seller. In your typical seller financing arrangement, you're going to be making your mortgage payments to the seller, but they give you the deed right away.
Right.
A land contract, it's a type of seller financing where they're not going to give you the deed right away, but you are going to be making mortgage payments towards the purchase. You're actually renting with paying additional money there. You're paying a higher rent. That additional money goes towards the purchase.
Got it.
And it's usually to save up money for the down payment. And then when you get enough money saved up, you get a loan. And you use that loan to pay off the seller all at once. Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's do the key terms to review.
Ooh.
There are two of them. Let's start off with one. Contract that's been fulfilled or one that has been signed. A contract that has been fulfilled or one that has been signed, depending on the contract.
Executed contract.
A fully executed contract, but yes, they only give the option here of executed contract. So 12 is A. Buyer's deposit with the purchase contract.
That earnest money.
It is 9 is B, the earnest money. Contract with a promise by each party.
Bilateral contract, right?
It's a bilateral contract. They're both required to do something. 2 is C.
Right.
A contract set down in so many words.
Okay, that is contract set down in many words.
Yeah.
Land contract? No.
Express.
It's an express contract. You express yourself with your words. 14 is D.
D. Express.
Transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Oh, interest. Equitable? No.
Nope, not that one. Transfer interest is contract to a third party.
Transfer of interest in a contract to a third party.
Oh, third party. Counter offer?
Assignment?
No.
Assignment. You're assigning your contractual obligations to someone else. 1 is E.
Transfer.
Yeah, you're transferring. Look, you're a renter from me, and then you're going to sublease. You're assigning your rental obligations to someone else.
Got it.
That's assignment. Okay, so 1 is E.
Okay.
Those legally qualified to enter into contracts. What do we call them?
Oh, legal.
Competent parties.
They are competent parties. 4 is F. Protection for a seller when buyer has another house to sell.
Oh. Escape clause.
An escape clause, also known as a kick-out or knockout clause. Correct. 11 is G. Something of value given in exchange.
Consideration.
5 is H. Consideration. And what are those 3 legal forms of consideration? Really quick.
The conflict.
The
Consideration. No. Is a gift.
Keep forgetting how to pronounce that word.
Hold on a second. So remember, consideration is what the parties give or receive from each other in the exchange. It has to be something of value. So
Right.
Third one is
He's give or receive from each other. What are the three legal forms of consideration?
I remember
That
the
is
third
the
one.
legal tender, exchange of value.
Legal tender. Legal tender is either money or a mortgage loan. Okay, and then what else?
The legal, no,
You
you said exchange of value.
An exchange of something of value, so that's bartering. I'm going to give you my Lamborghini for your house.
Mhm.
Okay. What's the last one?
And gift.
Love and
Gift.
affection.
Love and
Love.
affection, which is a gift, which can be a gift. Okay, so those are the three legal forms of consideration. 5 is H. The violation of a contract.
Yeah, that is a breach of contract.
That's a breach of contract. 3 is I. Interest acquired by a buyer with a land contract.
Interest.
That's
Yeah.
that one is I just said
Implied contract.
No, what do we call the interest that you get?
equitable.
Equitable title. 10 is J. Equitable title. That's the interest that you acquire, that you get,
Right.
the buyer with the land contract. Contract that has not yet been performed. All the terms of it have not yet been carried out. It has not.
Executory.
Executory contract. 13 is K.
That means in process, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Offer returned to offeror with changes by offeree.
Return to offer, change by offer. Offer returned to offer. Counter offer.
It's a counter offer. 8 is
Yay.
a contract not put into words, but shown by actions.
Oh, action.
Wait a minute, what number are you on?
I'm not on a number, I'm on a letter.
Letter.
Contract.
Implied.
So let me finish reading. A contract not put into words, but shown by actions. That is an implied contract.
Yes.
Like the actions of the landlord accepting your check, even though your lease expired. The actions, you didn't sign a new lease, but the actions of them accepting your payment implies that they're okay with you remaining there as a month-to-month tenant now. So 15 was M. All right, a certain happening on which a contract depends.
Contingency.
Certain happening
It's a
on which contract.
contingency. It's a contingency. 6 is N.
Yeah.
An agreement between two parties to perform some legal act.
Let
Contract.
Contract. It's a contract. 7 is O. That's an agreement between two parties to perform a legal act, right? It's a contract. 7 is O. An agreement under which the buyer pays in installments and they wait for the deed.
Land contract.
It's a land contract. 16 is P. And what is it also known as, a land contract? I want you to write it under it. Hold on. What is a land contract also known as? 16 is P, so it's the last one on the list there. But what is a land contract also known as? An installment sales contract. So I want you guys to write that underneath there. I want you guys to know that a land contract is also known as an installment sales contract because you're making payments in installments and waiting for the deed, right?
What is 9? I know earnest money means
9
gift.
is B.
B is a B. I didn't write it up. It's a B. Okay. An executed contract 12. 12 is
And 12 is A.
So
Okay.
land contract, so it doesn't refer to the property too, right? Not only to the land.
A land contract is a type of seller financing.
It's type of seller financial. Okay.
That's what we use the example rent to buy, right?
Yep.
Okay.
They don't give you the deed until you pay off the full amount owed.
Mhm.
All right, so key terms 2. A return to the status quo. That means returning to the way you started. So what are they looking for here? What could possibly mean a return to the status quo? Returning to the way you started.
Notification. I guess that's not right.
What'd you say?
Motivation.
No.
Return back to the status quo. We were starting over. We're starting back from the beginning.
Yeah, so how do you start over?
Unilateral contract?
Offer and accept, no?
Rescission.
Or
You
rescission.
rescind the contract,
Oh,
you take it back, you cancel, you return to the way you started with nothing. All right? So it's rescission. 6 is A.
Mm.
Another name for an option contract.
Another
Oh.
name for
offer and acceptance? No.
No. Another name for a contract that gives you an option.
I know this one.
Novation.
No.
No, I know this one. Another name for the option. This is like the lease to buy one. What is that called?
Auction?
Another
No.
name for option contract.
Yeah, what's
Time
another
of-
name for an option contract?
Time is no. Unforceable contract.
Auction? No. No.
Unilateral contract. It's a one-sided agreement or promise where one party is required to do something, but the other has an
Option.
option to.
Oh yes, unilateral.
So 12 is B. A law requiring certain contracts be in writing.
Valid contract. No, certain contract.
Requires that certain contracts be in writing. Why would we require contracts to be in writing? To prevent fraud.
Oh yeah.
So what do we call the law that tries?
Parole
The parole
evidence.
evidence rule?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
The statute of limitations.
Statute of frauds
That's okay.
Statute of frauds.
is C. The statute
oh, okay.
of frauds.
To prevent.
Requires contracts to be in writing to prevent fraud. Right?
Yeah.
Contract that's binding, but one party may disaffirm it. What do we call a legally binding contract, but one party can disaffirm it?
Auction? No.
Contract that is binding, but one party may disaffirm. Statute of limitation. That.
What do you call it when somebody disaffirms a contract?
Unforceable contract. No,
A
it's a void contract. It's a void.
It's a
Voidable.
voidable
Voidable.
contract.
Okay. Yeah.
It can be disaffirmed by one of the parties. It's a voidable contract. So 15 is D, as in David. A sum agreed on to serve as damages in the case of future defaults. A sum, an amount of money agreed upon to serve as damages in the case of future defaults.
Liquidated damages.
Liquidated damages. One is E, as in Edward. The process of reaching a meeting of the minds.
Oh, meeting of mind.
The process of reaching a meeting of the minds.
Offer and acceptance.
3 is F. Substitution of a new contract for an existing one. That's weirdly backward written. Here, let me reword that. substituting an old contract with a new one.
Notivation.
Novation. 2 is G, as in George, as in Gary. 2 is G. A contract that meets all the legal requirements.
Valid.
A
Valid.
valid contract. 13 is H. Time within which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
Okay, time. Oh, that's time of time is of S.
Nope. A time. Here, let me read it another way. A time limit in which one is allowed to assert their legal rights.
Statute of limitation.
Statute of limitations. 9 is I. Court action usually asking that the seller be forced to sell as agreed.
Unforceable.
What do we call that? Court action that forces the seller to sell the property as they agreed to in the contract itself.
Specific performance.
Speak it again out loud.
Specific performance.
Yes, specific performance. It's a lawsuit where you're forcing the seller to perform.
Oh, yes.
They agreed to. 7 is J, specific performance.
God, yeah.
A convention that written contracts override spoken promises and spoken contracts. What is
That's parole evidence rule.
That's the parole evidence rule. 5 is K. A contract that does not meet all of the legal requirements.
Void contract.
It is. 14 is L. Seemingly valid contract, but neither party can sue to force performance.
Unforceable contract.
Unenforceable contract. 11 is M. Contract binding one party, the other party's free to act or not.
Option.
It gives them an option. 4 is N. And a contract clause requiring punctual performance.
Time is of the essence.
10 is O. Time is very important. It's of the essence. And that concludes chapter 11.